Chairman Tapia Romero, we are streaming.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Education Finance Committee meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. Dr. Albright, may I have a roll call, please?
Here.
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 Here. Our first item is to consider adoption of the December 18th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting agenda. May I have a motion?
I move that we adopt the December 18th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting agenda. This is Board Member Benavides.
I'll second. This is Member Jackson.
Thank you. May I have a roll call?
Yes.
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 Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes. Our next item is to consider approval of the minutes from the Finance Committee meeting on November 20th, 2024. May I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from the Finance Committee meeting on
November 20th, 2024.
November 20th, 2024. Thank you.
And I'll second. This is Board Member Benavides.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Ronaldo Tomorito.
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes. So our next item is to consider approval of grant budget adjustments for the following funds. The first is for NMDOH School Health Services for year 24-25. The second is for district school buses for the same year of 24-25. The third is for charging stations for e-buses. The fourth is for community school and family engagement incentives. The fifth is for Title I services for 24-25. The sixth is for Native American Language and Cultural Support Grant for HB2. This is for regular 2023-24-25. The seventh is for Atrisco Heritage Academy, and this is High Plains Regional Education Cooperative for 24-25. The eighth is R9 APS SSWB Farm to School for year 24-25. And the final one for this item is the 9th, 24-25, and this is for the turnaround pilot projects for APS. And I will turn this over to Ms. Montoya. You have the floor.
Thank you. Let's see, Madam Chair, committee members, Superintendent Blakey. I'm here to present for approval the grant budget adjustments for the funds as described. And with that, I stand for questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Members of the committee, do we have any questions related to these items? Okay, I see none. We will go ahead and continue. Our next item is to consider approval of the November 2024 interfunction transfers for grant budget. And Ms. Montoya, it's back over to you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, committee members, Superintendent Blakey, consideration of approval for the interfunction transfers for grant management. These are all normal transactions. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Members of the committee, do we have any questions? I see none. We will go ahead and continue. Our next item is to consider approval of the November 2024 intra-function transfers for grant budget. And Ms. Montoya, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, committee members, Superintendent Blakey, consideration of approval of the November 2024 intra-function transfers for grant management. All of these were just closing out of some fun, the grants, and nothing out of the ordinary. And with that, I stand for questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Members of the committee, do we have any questions? None? Okay, we will continue. Our next item is to consider approval of the November 2024 interfunction transfers for all non-categorical funds. Ms. Montoya, back to you.
Madam Chair, committee members, Superintendent Blakey, this agenda item requests your approval of 9 interfunction budget transfers in the operational fund totaling $376,000. 2 out of the 9 transfers use as at-risk funds, 1 uses bilingual funds, and the remaining 6 use general funds. And with that, I stand for questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Members of the committee, any questions? Okay, we will continue. Our next item is to consider approval of the November 2024 intra-function transfers for all non-categorical funds. And Ms. Montoya.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Superintendent Blakey. This agenda item requests your approval of intra-function budget transfers for all non-categorical funds totaling $612,000 in operational funds, $34,000 in transportation funds, $1,000 in facilities enterprise funds, and $1.1 million in capital funds. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Members of the committee, any questions? No? Okay. Our next item is to consider, thank you, ladies. Our next item is to consider approval of statement of equipment to be taken out of service. This is for August 1st through the 31st. And for this, I will turn it over to Mr. Ellison. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey, I am presenting for your consideration for approval our statement of equipment to be taken out of service for August 1st through the 31st of 2024. The attached documentation identifies the equipment and furniture taken out of service in August of 2024 to be disposed of in accordance with our New Mexico state statute, and I will gladly answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. I also want to make note that in our answers, they also gave further clarification on the category that said other. So we see that breakdown as well. So having said that, members of the committee, do we have any questions? Okay, I see none. We will go ahead and continue. Our next item is to consider approval of statement of portables to be taken out of service, and this is for December of 2024. And Mr. Ellison, back to you.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey, I am presenting for your consideration of approval a statement of portables to be taken out of service in December of 2024. And the documentation identifies the portables in December of 2024 to be disposed. And this is in accordance with our New Mexico state statute. And I will gladly answer any questions.
Thank you. Members of the committee, any questions on this item? Okay, I see none. Thank you so much, Mr. Ellison. Our next item is to consider approval of district purchase or expenditures that equals or exceeds $500,000, and this is to purchase insurance policies. Our presenter for this is Ms. Gensler. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. I'm requesting approval for the purchase of insurance policies, and this is for our anticipated premiums for the year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members of the committee, do we have any questions on this? Board Member Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question about the 6.148 million. Is this what was the premium paid beforehand? And is this kind of out of line, or is this just keeping, is it more than what we have normally paid, or is this in line with inflation? Todd there.
Defer to Todd, it was lower last year, but
Right.
Todd would be able to expand on that.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. Yes, actually, this is an increase on with respect to last year. Markets hardened a little bit with respect to claims as well and inflation. So I can get you that number here quick. We're looking at really coming back again. I met with Palms and Associates, our broker. They're actually looking at a $6.8 million increase. So we'll have another addendum for a board item in January. We didn't get enough time to amend this, but we're looking at about 11% increase on a year-over-year basis.
Yikes.
And some changes to our self-insurance.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's good to know, right?
Thank you, Board Member Jackson. Do we have any other questions related to the item? Okay, I see none. Thank you, Mr. Torgerson. We will continue. Our next item is to consider approval of district purchase that equals or exceeds $500,000. This one is for transportation services to purchase vehicles. Did I skip one? Sorry. It's to purchase stop loss insurance policies. There we go. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Gensler and Mr. Torgerson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. I'm requesting approval for the purchase of stop loss insurance policies. This is a part of our insurance premiums, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Board Member Jackson.
Thank you. I'll ask the same question. Is this an increase, a decrease? Is
This
it
also-
with the market?
This is 11.4%. Last year for stop loss, we paid 1.19 million.
So an 11%, another 11% increase based on just kind of market rates.
Market rates and also loss experience.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions related? Okay, thank you so much. We will go ahead and continue. Our next item is to consider approval of district purchase or expenditures that equals or exceeds $500,000. This is for transportation services to purchase vehicles. And for this item, I'll turn it over to Mr. Benz. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the committee, and Superintendent Dr. Blakey. Before you is a consideration of approval for district purchase and expenditures that exceed equals or exceed $500,000 for transportation service to purchase vehicles. Earlier this year, Pizzuto had bought vehicles, so we kind of fall in after this. So currently right now, we're looking at 2 Ford Escapes and 3 large SUVs for delivery of Title I homeless and the one-offs for SPED too. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Members of the committee, do we have any questions related? Okay, I see none. Thank you so much, sir. We will go ahead and continue. Our next item is to consider approval of November 2024 cash disbursements, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Gensler. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. I'm asking for consideration for approval of the November 2024 cash disbursements. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions related to this item? Okay, I see none. Thank you so much.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you.
and Winter break.
So our next item now is to consider recommending consent agenda board approval of items discussed during the December 18th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting. These include grant budget adjustments, November 2024 grant and budget inter and intra-function transfers, statement of equipment to be taken out of service for August 1st through the 31st, 2024, statement of portables to be taken out of service for December 1st through the 31st, 2024, district purchases or expenditures that equal or exceed $500,000. These are to purchase insurance policies, to purchase stop loss insurance policies, and transportation services to purchase vehicles. And the final is the November 2024 cash disbursements. Having said that, may I have a motion, please?
I move that we recommend consent agenda board approval of items discussed during the December 18th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting, including grant budget adjustments, November 2024 grant and budget inter and intra function transfers, statement of equipment to be taken out of service for August 1st through 31st, 2024, statement of portables to be taken out of service for December 1st through 31st, 2024, district purchases or expenditures that equal or exceed $500,000, including purchase of insurance policies, purchase stop loss insurance policies, transportation services to purchase vehicles, and finally, November 2024 cash disbursements. This is Board Member Benavides.
I'll second. This is Board Member Jackson.
Thank you. Dr. Albright, may I have a roll call, please?
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes. So our next Finance Committee meeting will be Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. And you can also watch it at the APS Board of Education YouTube channel. And with that, this meeting is adjourned, followed by our Board of Education meeting.
Thank you, Chair Tapia Romero. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting. I call this meeting to order. I want to remind those speaking tonight that we will be using the closed captioning function on YouTube, so please speak as clearly as possible. I would now like to invite everyone to stand if you are able and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish and English. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Uno, fidelidad, y a la República que representa una nación bajo Dios y justicia para todos. I'd like to next move to an acknowledgement of tribal lands. We gratefully acknowledge the Native peoples on whose homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. Next is a moment of silence for those who have given their lives in service to their country. Thank you. We will now proceed to roll call. Dr. Albright, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Janelle Astorga,
Here.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Here.
Heather Benavides.
Here.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Here.
Josefina Dominguez.
Here.
Courtney Jackson,
Here.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Here. Our first item is to consider adoption of the December 18th, 2024 Board of Education meeting agenda. I'd like to remind board members that per the APS Board of Education Governance Manual, you can ask that an item be removed from the consent agenda before the meeting agenda is posted, but not during the meeting. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll move for approval to adopt the December 18th, 2024 Board of Education meeting agenda. This is Member Tapia Romero.
And I'll second. This is Member Benavides.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes. Our next item is to consider approval of the minutes from the Board of Education meeting on December 4th, 2024. Is there a motion and a second?
I move to approve the minutes from the Board of Education meeting on December 4th, 2024. This is Member Jackson.
I'll second. This is Member Dominguez.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes. Our next item is public forum. Secretary Astorga, will you please share the instructions for public forum? Secretary Astorga, are you able to share the instructions? Thank you.
Yes, sorry, my Zoom is glitching. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. If you glitch out, we can let you know, and we can also have someone else do the instructions if needed.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to our public forum guests. When you signed up to speak, you were asked to review rules and expectations, which our presiding officer will enforce. The New Mexico Opens Meeting Act requires that our agenda specify in advance the items that will be discussed and voted on during the meeting. Therefore, public forum is not a dialogue among speakers and board members, but rather a chance to hear from our community. We will call participants to speak in the order they signed up, whether in person or virtual. Those here with us tonight will be asked to come to the microphone at the back of the room when their name is called. Online guests will stay in a virtual waiting room until it's their turn to speak. We have set aside 4 to 5 minutes for public forum. If there are 22 or fewer speakers, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Otherwise, you will have 1 minute. Once your time is up, you will be asked to quickly wrap up. If you feel unable to convey your message, you may email boarded@aps.edu. We have received many emails already. In addition, for those of you here tonight, a representative from our service center is here to assist you. Mr. Gonzalez, please introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Board Member Astorga. So our first speaker tonight is Sarah Harris in the room, and she'll be followed by Carolyn Kaiser. And you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, members of the board, and Superintendent Blakey. I'm an APS parent, and I respectfully ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. It's during these contentious times that a pause is most urgent. The district and board have the power to pause, to vote no, so that we may begin a process of sincere community discussion to find solutions that put all our students first and that unite rather than divide us. Board members are elected to represent the community and its concerns, and the district and superintendent are accountable to the board and thereby the community. Please listen to this community that has been coordinating meetings, writing emails, making phone calls, and showing up and speaking today, all to be heard by you. Please represent your constituents fairly.
Ma'am, sorry, I have to stop you. You've gone over your minute. If you can finish in a quick, short sentence.
Please put students first and vote responsibly. Thank you for your service and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Carolyn Kaiser, followed by Rachel Bosch. Carolyn, you have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, members of the board, and Superintendent Blakey. I'm an APS parent, and I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that you table the vote or vote no on agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. The rollout of this plan proposal has strained our larger community. The lack of clear communication has caused discord among the affected communities. A letter was sent to families at Taft and another one at Coronado that indicated that this decision had already been made. They didn't know that it was still up for a board vote, and they were left thinking it had already been decided. We need APS to work in partnership with the schools, families, neighborhoods, and municipalities that they serve. So I ask you to support the mission of Albuquerque Public Schools in educating and caring for our diverse student population, supporting their families, and partnering with the community with the promise of a better future for all. Please table this vote or vote no to uphold the community expectation of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Rachel Bosch, followed by Aaron Demas. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening. My children entered North Valley Schools by chance. We entered through McKinney-Vento, which, for those who are not familiar, it's how students experiencing homelessness enter into a school. It was the roughest period of our lives, but school for my children was a bright spot. The North Valley took us in, wrapped their arms around us, and made us feel at home. Teachers and administrators showed us 1,000 kindnesses in 1,000 ways, from making sure we knew about free days at local museums, getting us art supplies, to a counselor taking money from his own paycheck to buy us a tofurkey and cooking it for us for Thanksgiving because he knew we were vegan and we didn't have access to a stove. My children were known at their schools because they were at small neighborhood schools. They would have been fallen through the cracks at a 500+ magnet behemoth like what's being proposed. I worry about other children who, through no fault of their own, will get lost in the shuffle of right sizing. I worry about teachers who want desperately to form meaningful connections with their students being pushed past the bounds of compassion fatigue and career exhaustion. And I worry about the future of APS schools if cultures are forced into extinction.
Okay, I have to stop you, ma'am. I'm sorry, you've gone over a minute. Can you wrap up in one quick sentence?
I can. I respectfully urge the board to include the communities it represents in its decisions and to vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Demas, followed by James Salazar. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, board members. I'm an APS parent, and I ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. As North Valley community members and parents, we have voiced to APS and our board member that our hopes and visions for our community are high quality, well-resourced neighborhood schools. We rely upon schools like Alvarado Elementary and invest in them as families and as a community. Alvarado is a high-performing neighborhood dual language school that has served the community for many decades. We want clear dual language pathways from elementary school through high school that are available to all students, not just those who happen to get in on the lottery. We also want to continue the North Valley's agricultural heritage. This vision has been supported by the Village of Los Ranchos and is outlined in the Mayor Pro Tem's recent letter to APS and the board. Research supports that neighborhood schools are the heart of a community's health and well-being.
I have to stop you. You've gone over your minute. I'm sorry. Can you wrap it up in a quick sentence, please?
For those reasons and many others, we ask that you table this proposal so that we have the opportunity to integrate these visions. Thank you.
Thank you. James Salazar, followed by Ashley Marshall. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hello, Board. My name is James Salazar. I'm a parent of Coronado Elementary School, and I'm also a resident of the North Valley and of the Alvarado School District. I come to you today to ask this board to approve specifically number 6.4, which is the expansion of Coronado Elementary School while continuing to seek options which have community support. As many of you know, Coronado is a highly successful program and has great potential to expand its success. It is the duty of the district to explore how we can maximize Coronado's momentum so it can not only benefit the children who are currently enrolled, but also may serve as a reference to success for the district as a whole. Today, you have the opportunity to make a decision that does not silence those who still wish to be heard while still committing to Coronado's future. That said, I also believe that it is unethical to impose dramatic changes on a community without their full input and understanding. And I ask that you prioritize giving the Valley community the opportunity to be fully heard and included so we may approach this as a whole holistically. I believe that Coronado can be an asset to the Valley, but in order for this to reach this full potential, the community needs to be included in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Marshall, followed by Amy Ziegler. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, board members. I speak against the Taft right-sizing proposal. Equitable, high-quality education starts with supporting our schools, not dismantling them. Closing a middle school and introducing a dual language magnet school that doesn't serve boundary students is counterproductive. Additionally, claiming that boundary students have priority to attend Coronado, which operates on a lottery system and would then be at capacity, is misleading. Their families will be forced to navigate difficult commutes across the city, which is impractical and unfair. The promise to work with you after the new year offers little comfort when the decision would already be made. Furthermore, while Garfield is presented as an alternative option, it is also on the chopping block, leaving hundreds of families who will soon face the same issue being left without options. I urge you to consider the future of these students who are watching you closely. Vote against Taft right-sizing and the expansion of Coronado for the sake of the students whose futures depend on equitable education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Ziegler, followed by Megan Long. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board and superintendent. I respectfully ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. This proposal and the measures in which APS is attempting to vote it through is a complete failing of Guardrail 4, which states the superintendent will not exclude parents, guardians, students, or community voice and engagement in school and district operations. I ask the board, if you feel that one district-wide survey with only 129 responses from the North Valley, a November 8th meeting at Taft where families were told the school was closing, and a community meeting put on by an elementary school PTA, not APS, is upholding this guardrail. When North Valley communities, the village of Los Ranchos, students, parents, and teachers at Taft and the surrounding school are all telling you they were deceived, received no communication from APS, and feel utterly unheard, it is clear Guardrail 4 was failed. APS has already said they have made missteps in this process. I ask you as our elected board to hold APS accountable and seek the communication, research, equitable distribution of resources, and transparency all APS families, communities, and most importantly, students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Megan Long, you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you, members of the board. I respectfully ask you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. I am the mother of an APS student. I acknowledge a privilege I have not only in having access to necessary resources to be here, but also the time to engage in this discussion. Many parents in the North Valley cannot attend this evening due to a lack of communication and transparency from APS. I believe the way this board has conducted itself is a deliberate attempt to leave those families out of the conversation. The educational and operational resources provided to children in the North Valley is at best inequitable when compared to that of Coronado students.
At worst, it represents a complete disregard of marginalized children. With this proposal, it is evident that APS is supporting a school equipped with the means and resources to thrive, while simultaneously restricting resources in the North Valley. There is also no research indicating that the student transfers these North Valley schools rely on will remain unaffected by this decision. As a result, this will further impact the resources and opportunities available to students in the community. You also made the point to make a land acknowledgement at the beginning of this meeting, yet are attempting.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I have to stop. You've gone over a minute. Can you please wrap up in a very quick sentence?
You also made a point to make a land acknowledgement at the beginning of this meeting, yet are attempting to forcefully insert a school glorifying a conquistador on Tewa land.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Del Esperanza. Are you there, Del? Hope I'm saying that right. You're on mute, so there you go. You have 1 minute once you. Yeah, I can. 1 minute once you begin speaking, please.
Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Blakey, I am Del Esparza. I'm the chairman of the board of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We know these decisions are difficult, and we are in support of Albuquerque Public Schools' proposed right-sizing plan. We believe this plan is a crucial step toward ensuring our district's resources are allocated efficiently, equitably, and in a way that will benefit APS students and families. With APS enrollment declining by over 20,000 students since 2016, it's essential that we take the proactive approach to align our resources with the current needs of our community. Expanding the dual language program at Coronado to serve grades K through 8 will provide more opportunities for students to access this in-demand and high-quality educational experience. Again, representing the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, we want to emphasize the financial responsibility of this plan. Continuing to operate under-enrolled school buildings such as Taft and Taylor is not sustainable. Thank you for your leadership in moving this plan forward. We encourage the board to approve these necessary steps to right-size our district and improve opportunities for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in the room, Colin Baugh, followed by Ben Roberts. Colin, you have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. What a beautiful group we all are. I think Christmas has come a little early. The evolution of this process that I was thrust into almost 10 days ago has brought me closer to all the people on all the sides of this issue. And I want to emphasize that this is a unifying moment that we can take advantage of and leverage to make everyone's future better. We are not the North Valley against the South Valley anymore. We are not against one another for people trying to come and make a better life. We are standing up right now, asking for our children to have a better future in a place that they call home. That's a powerful message. And we all are here because of that. We ask the board to listen to us, show flexibility, show adaptation, to allow for the experts of their community to come together and collaborate to make this work. Forcing a vote when people have said no multiple times is tone deaf to the reality that we all are struggling to find the right middle ground forward.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ben Roberts. Sir, you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Board members and Superintendent Blakey, thank you for your time. I'm an APS parent and a resident of Los Ranchos, and I respectfully ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2 and 6.3. I attended meetings at both Alvarado and Los Ranchos Village and have seen a continued lack of care and communication, which included lack of inclusion of village leadership in this process. Taft and Taylor are within the village boundaries, and we heard last night at the meeting claims by APS staff of, quote, informal communications over several years with the previous mayor, sometimes outside of his role as mayor, but there was no official public communication with the community about the right-sizing plan until a presentation to village leaders last night. There's no place for informal backroom communications when it comes to making decisions like this. Communication needs to be consistent, clear, and public, and allow appropriate time for the community to respond. I see Mayor Pro Tem Reynow in the audience tonight. Thank you, sir, for your time and for attending. The Los Ranchos Village Board voted unanimously at last night's meeting to ask the APS Board defer the decision on the current right-sizing plan for Taft until community concerns are addressed and appropriate community input is gathered. And as an APS parent, I would like to echo this request. Please support us and vote no or table agenda items 6.2 and 6.3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is JD Matthews, although I don't know if you're here. Well, you are here, sir. Followed by Anna Garcia. Mr. Matthews, you're first, and you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
It's hard to put your daughter's future into 1 minute. I'm a parent of a 6th grade student at Taft Middle School. This process since November has been heartbreaking. It's been heartbreaking to go from having such a positive start to our school year with a lot of hopes and dreams, with a new French horn player and an artist at Taft and my daughter, and to see that that glimmer fade from her. And there's no denying that this process has been harmful to students. It has not improved student outcomes. There's been misinformation shared by the district over and over again. We started this process with Taylor construction being done in 6 months and starting this month, to moving to 1.5 years, to now 2.5 years. My daughter will never get to use those facilities that we see the nice pictures of, and no one at Taft will get to use those facilities who is currently at Taft. It's outrageous. Taft is under threat right now. Teachers are leaving, and we're not going to have certified qualified teachers next semester.
Mr. Matthews, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. Please finish up.
Oh, do not close Taft, please. My daughter couldn't be in the room. She's in the overflow. Please do not close Taft tonight.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Anna Garcia, followed by Megan Hendricks. Ms. Garcia, you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm a proud parent of a Coronado student, and I'm in favor of the K-8 expansion. I live on the west side and make the commitment to commute all the way to Coronado because of the quality education they are providing. There's currently no dual language middle school that is centrally located or accessible to many families that live throughout the city, and Coronado's current area is unfortunately becoming more and more dangerous. The North Valley community has also been asking for a dual language middle school, and allowing the Taft feeder schools to have priority admittance to Coronado is a fair compromise. It is also not financially responsible for APS to continue to operate schools who are very under-enrolled, and this expansion would be a much better use of district resources while providing a highly sought-after education to even more students. Coronado is a nationally certified magnet school with demonstrated excellence in bilingual education, and expanding the school would only ensure better Spanish fluency, which would give students in these programs a more competitive advantage in our increasingly diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And our next speaker is Megan Hendricks. That is for the board. I will get that to him. Thank you. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hello, member of the board and of the community. My name is Megan Hendricks, and I'm a special education teacher at Alvarado Elementary School. And I want to make clear that my role here tonight is to advocate for my students, not for my own children. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again today. I respectfully request you vote no or table the vote on agenda items 6.2, 3, and 4. Why vote no? Inequity. If you live in a neighborhood, you should be able to go to school there. Exclusion is not a value we want to teach our children and students. Our community wants inclusive schools in our neighborhood. Why vote no? The extensive financial investment and additional resources provided to Coronado Elementary School are inequitable. And despite having resources other dual languages schools do not have, and despite having the 80-20 dual language programming APS pretends to prefer, Coronado has some of the worst Spanish proficiency scores according to iStation testing in the entire district. Student outcomes must be prioritized. Schools with 50-50 programs with English tracks included, such as East San Jose and Alvarado Elementary School, show significantly better Spanish proficiency scores across the board. Follow the data, implement the programming that shows the best results, and provide equity in resources to all APS schools.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Madeline Ba. Are you there?
Acá estoy.
You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Gracias, miembros de la Junta. Como madre de APS, respetuosamente les solicito que voten no o que dejen sin efecto por ahora los puntos 6.2 a 6.4 de la agenda. Todos nosotros estamos aquí porque nos importan los estudiantes de Albuquerque, nos importa su educación y su futuro. Esta propuesta no solo ha preocupado a los padres, maestros, miembros de la comunidad, pero también a nuestros estudiantes. De repente se les dice que su escuela está cerrando y que la escuela a la que planeaban asistir ya no es una opción. que vienen otras escuelas con un sistema de lotería y lista de espera. Pido que APS vuelva a poner, por favor, a los estudiantes en el centro de este proceso, presentándoles esta propuesta, otorgando a nuestros estudiantes la atención, el respeto y las soluciones que se merecen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in the room, and that is Morgan Dupree, followed by Jessica Knight. Morgan, you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Morgan Dupree. I'm an educator with APS, a parent, as well as a lifelong Albuquerque member. I'm here to speak on behalf of 6.5, agenda item 6.5, in favor of the establishment of the Albuquerque International High School. I've had the wonderful pleasure of working with our newcomer students here in Albuquerque, and if is proposed, although I'm hearing the complexity of this issue and I understand the inequities, I'm here to advocate for equity for all of our students. If proposed to be at Coronado Elementary School, I would like to say that location is a convenient location for 3 reasons. 1, for equity, especially for our newcomer students. They need support. They need to have a sense of belonging and to have to learn about the thrive in the heart of our city, which is downtown. I would also like to say that it brings opportunity for our newcomer students able to walk to facilities. It also is convenience for transportation, walking, biking, taking the bus or the rail runner. Having that local community partnership and experience furthers their academic, career focus, and authentic learning experiences. And finally, the reason we're all here together, community. We all want to build a better Albuquerque community, and that includes our newcomer students. Right now, they're isolated in different schools all over the district.
Thank you, ma'am.
Together.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Jessica Knight. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm an APS parent, and I respectfully ask you that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. APS's lack of communication and lack of caring for its students, families, and neighborhoods is shocking. The poor rollout of this proposal is negatively affecting students' lives, especially those at Taft, where teachers continue to resign mid-year because of this proposal, and students are left feeling abandoned. As board members, it is your responsibility to stand up to the district and defend the interests of the communities that elected you. We are asking you to stand up for students. They are the ones most affected by this proposal. We urge you to table this vote for their sake so that we as a community can come together to create better, more sustainable schools and opportunities for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Sayers, although I have not seen her. So I do not believe she is here. So we'll move on. Our next speaker is Tazweer Yusufazi. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking. Thank you.
Dear board members, my name is Tasawa Yusufzai. I stand in front of you not just as an Afghan community advocate, but as someone who has understanding of the challenges a newcomer student has. When I was 12, same happened to me when we moved to Kyrgyzstan, and I was thrown in a 6th grade where I didn't know even the alphabet of the language, where I had to study like books. And I think the same thing is happening right now with the students, newcomer students in Albuquerque, and I am supporting the Albuquerque International School. And that school will give a hope for our newcomer children for their future. It's not just an investment for their education, for their future, but as well as the future of our country. And I support also the location, the Coronado location. It's not just a convenient location, but it's also transformative. Its proximity to partner organizations such as UVNR, NMILC, Explora,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. If you could wrap up in a quick sentence, please.
So just if they are closer to to these partner organizations, we can also support the newcomer students.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Sarah Azebo.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Blakey. I am Sarah Azebo, the Program Coordinator for Youth Engagement with New Mexico Asian Family Center. Some of our staff members and families are present here tonight as well, but the speaker list filled too quickly to include us all in speaking on agenda item 6.5. We urge your support of the Albuquerque International High School that will provide much needed educational and language development opportunities for the newcomer youth and families supported by the New Mexico Asian Family Center, among others. For the past 5 years, while working with newcomers both at the Asian Family Center and Catholic Charities Center for Refugee Support, I have seen the challenges experienced, especially by high school students and their families, as they navigate the school system, transportation issues, and cultural differences. The students use every technological tool provided, working hard to learn a new language and all content terminology required of high school courses. However, it is the real-world experiences and opportunities allowing them to apply their skills and knowledge that truly help them to understand. The Coronado Elementary location will be ideal for students to receive the full benefit of all that the international school can provide, with many eager partners and resources in the area, with the Bel Air site an alternative. We appreciate the support of the board in shaping this meaningful opportunity for students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in the room, Kara Schroeder, followed by Gabriela Rodriguez Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Kara Schrader. I'm the newcomer resource teacher at Del Norte High School, where I currently work with our school's 44 newcomer and refugee students. I've been in this role for about 3 years. It's new to the district. I have been an educator for over 20 years, working in a multitude of instructional capacities with this population over the course of my career. I stand before you tonight and to continue this advocacy to promote quality newcomer education and to ask for your approval for the proposed Albuquerque International High School. I can speak to the success of such a school, having worked at one in Brooklyn, New York for 7 years. This school, also at the time when I was working there in its infancy, was able to double the graduation rate for English language learners within New York City, utilizing project and group-based learning and embracing heterogeneity. The profile of a newcomer student is just that, it's incredibly diverse. I have so much to say. How do we create this for our students in our current monolithic schools where chalk and talk instruction reigns supreme?
Mr. Schroeder, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. You've gone over your minute. Can you please wrap it up in one sentence? Yes.
So Albuquerque International High School would be the first of its kind in New Mexico in the Southwest. Please consider it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Gabriela Rodriguez Gutierrez. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Gabriela Rodriguez Gutierrez, and I'm a parent of a 5th grader at Coronado Elementary School. I am here to advocate for the move to what is now Taft Middle School. I live in the northwest part of town, and we do not have any middle schools with a dual language option north of I-40 and west of I-25. The biliteracy curriculum that Coronado Elementary offers is reputable, and it attracts children from all school districts, including Bernalillo, East Mountains, Rio Rancho, and Los Lunas. As a Coronado parent, I would like to see our children in a safer surrounding community. I would also like to see our fine arts classes such as art, music, and STEAM have a designated classroom space instead of our teachers pushing around carts to all classes. Our current campus is very limited to space, and uprooting to Taft would lend itself to open space for our children to express themselves and to not feel confined. I ask that you support the uprooting of Coronado dual language program and for this transition to take place at the start of the next school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Ross, followed by Joshua Guevara. Mr. Ross, you have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. I'm an APS parent, and I respectfully ask that you vote no on table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. This proposal was brought before the school board in 2023 and tabled due to representatives' concerns about inequities. It feels that it's being rushed now, and the same proposal is before you once again. APS didn't listen to the representatives of the community then, and they're not listening now. Please vote no, send this proposal back for revision and demand. This time they listen. And I also wanted to say, I feel like it's unfortunate to be put in this position where you have to approve one to move to another, and yet the ducks are clearly not in a row. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Joshua Guevara, followed by Geraldine Chavez. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking, sir.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm an APS parent who moved both of his children down to attend Taft and Alvarado to get away from an awful experience at a K-8 setting. I respectfully ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 3, and 4. As a community member, taxpayer, and APS parent, these last weeks have been exhausting, frustrating, and deeply disappointing. 2 weeks ago, we were shocked to learn of this proposal that deeply affects our communities, schools, and children, a proposal that APS never communicated to constituents until days before the scheduled board vote. APS has acted as a bully towards its own families and students. As board members, elected officials whose role it is to stand up for the concerns and interests of the community, how could you consider passing such a damaging proposal? To pass such a proposal now would be to condone the incredibly poor leadership and poor communication of APS to its students and families. To pass such a proposal will lead to further fracturing among the community and further mistrust of APS as an organization. It is clearly not operating in a way that puts students first. Please table or vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Geraldine Chavez. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I am an APS parent and respectfully ask that you vote no or table agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. Last night was the Los Ranchos Board of Trustee meeting. The three main schools affected by this proposal, Taft, Taylor, and Coronado, are all either in Los Ranchos or potentially moving to Los Ranchos. Yet the Los Ranchos Board, acting mayor, and community members were not informed of this proposal. They learned about it from a concerned parent. Last night, Los Ranchos invited APS to discuss their concerns. Again, APS did not initiate the meeting, rather the community did. And formally passed the mayor's letter calling for the tabling of this proposal so that Los Ranchos would have the chance to engage citizens in the process. This is another example of APS's lack of communication. APS is acting as a bully, bulldozing through communities without giving them the time to respond or react. So we are asking you, the elected board members, to listen to your constituents and table the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicena Ilicia. Did I say it backwards? Sorry about that. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, APS board. My name is Alicena. I'm a proud Del Norte High School graduate, and I'm standing here before you today to wholeheartedly endorse the establishment of the Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado Elementary School site. As someone who has the experience, the importance of the supportive and inclusive educational environment, I understand the challenges that newcomers face as they adapt to new culture, language, and community. Establishing Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado site is not just a practical decision, it's an essential step towards providing these students with the resources and support they need to thrive. The Coronado Elementary School site is ideal because of its central location, making it easily accessible for the students and family. It's close to vital community partners, museums, and city offices, offering unique opportunity to collaboration, learning, and growth. This resource will enable students to navigate challenges and access student-centered service that are critical to their academic and personal success. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharifa Escazada. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Sharifa Escazada. I'm from Afghanistan, and also I'm from New Mexico, Albuquerque Asian Family Center. My idea about the international school, it's very good. It's the school international is started. I am so happy because before 1 year I come here in the United States. The name is, it's very important international school, especially for different refugee. But I know all of school is very good teaching, but international it's international school if started is very better and also better than more helping for all of the refugee students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Zora Hussaini. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
سلام بر همه. نام من زورا حسینی است. من باشنده البرکرکی نیو مکسیکو هستم. من بسیار خوش هستم که مکتب اینترنشنال ایجاد میشه به خاطر که اولادای ما در این مکتب پابلیک اسکول درس خوانده و آینده خوب برای همگیست. برای طفلایی که رشد میکنن میرن در مکتب اینترنشنال اسکول برای از اونا بسیار مفید است. در جامعه که ما میشینیم این جامعه بسیار ضرورت داره به این مکتب. تشکر میکنم. گپ مبود بود.
Interpretation. My name is Zara Hosseini. I'm a community member here from Afghanistan, and I encourage and endorse the Albuquerque International High School. My kids all went to Albuquerque Public Schools, and they have faced so many challenges. There was not centralized student-centered supports for them, and I would like my other younger kids to attend this school. And it would be a better, not just for my kids, but for the general newcomer students and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beatriz Valencia. Sorry. 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and Boards of Education. My name is Beatriz Valencia, and I'm the Immigrant and Refugee Affairs Liaison at the City of Albuquerque. I'm here as well supporting the 6.5 consider approval for establishment of the International High School within Albuquerque Public Schools. I have worked with this community for over 10 years. When I was part of the community itself and later on in the role that I have. I can tell you that this is a dream come true for them, and there is a responsibility from all of us to have spaces for equity and belonging for community members. 10% of the population in Albuquerque is immigrant and refugee. They also need a space, and a space to succeed just like everyone else. So I wish that you say yes to this point that is over here in the agenda, and just see the part of innovation that also can create in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Rosal Walkan. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hello everyone, my name is Rasul and Walihan, and I'm an 8th grade student who recently came to Albuquerque from Afghanistan. I want to share a little about my journey and why I believe establish the Albuquerque International High School at the Carolada Elementary School site. It's so important. In Afghanistan, being a female student meant facing many challenges. Going to school was not easy or safe. I had to overcome obstacles just to have the chance to learn. Education was something I deeply valued, but it was not always available to girls like me. When I arrived in Albuquerque, I hoped for a fresh start, but starting over come with its own challenges, learning a new language, navigating the school system, and figuring out how to be involved were all very hard. Sometimes I feel lost because I do not always know where to turn for help. What I need most is space where I feel valued, included, and support, a place where everything is designed to help students like me success. This is why I stand and strong support of Albuquerque and Trastuco High School at the Coronado Elementary School site. This site is perfect because it's centrally located, close to the community partners, museums, and city offices. Those contents.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Can you please wrap up in one quick sentence? Just wrap up at the end. One more sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Our next speaker is Matthew Draper. After Matthew, we'll have Kareem Dadwafa.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm an Alvarado parent that's in the North Valley, and I respectfully ask that you vote no or table items 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. And let me be clear here, the reason that I would ask you to vote that way is not because I am against right sizing, but because I believe the way that this proposal has been put forward is totally in disaccord with APS values. I truly believe that there is a proposal here that everyone in this room can agree to. Alvarado parents we're in favor of a dual language middle school for Coronado students. We're in favor of a high school for international students, but we want our voices heard, and we want a community-based planning approach that lets us come up with a proposal that we can all agree on, not just one that was forced through at the last minute that was designed in some boardroom. So please vote no. Please come up with a better proposal. There is a popular one out there that we can all support, and I know you can get there. It's just going to take time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Kareem. 1 minute, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening. My name is Kareem Dadwafa, and I'm here today as a community member to express my strong support and advocacy for the establishment of Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado Elementary School site. This initiative is a critical opportunity to address the inequity needs of newcomer students and their families. The Coronado site is tragically located in the heart of our community, close to the museum, city offices, and community partners. These resources will not only enhance students' learning experience, but also provide them with the tools and support needed to come over the challenges of starting new in a new and different country.
Sir, let me stop you there. You've gone over your minute. Can you wrap up in one quick sentence, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Renee Pacheco. You'll have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Renee Pacheco. Talk of transgender issues in our schools is important and should be on your agenda. You have put things into our public schools without our votes, but using our tax dollars. Teachers choose to teach students that their gender is fluid when this is a lie. And God created you in his image, male and female, to procreate. You are asking children who are incapable of making a lifelong decision to consent to one. Hormone and puberty blockers are detrimental to little bodies. Please stop pushing this ideology onto our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom, and it's Nahabi Relio. Oof. Sorry, I did not do well on that. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta. Soy padre de APS y les pido respetuosamente que voten no o pospongan la votación por los puntos 6.2, 6.3 y 6.4 de la agenda. Las comunidades, familias y los estudiantes del Valle Norte aprendieron de estas propuestas hace solo unas semanas.
APS no hizo ningún esfuerzo para ganar participación de las comunidades que están perturbando con este propuesto. Todas las reuniones y discusiones de estas últimas semanas han sido organizadas por miembros de la comunidad, no por parte de APS. Como miembros de la Junta, ustedes son elegidos para ser las voz de la comunidad y hacer que el distro sea responsables a nuestros estudiantes y familias. Les insisto a que aprovechen esta oportunidad de manera responsable para posponer la votación, de modo a que tengamos la oportunidad de colaborar y crear una propuesta equitativa a todos los estudiantes de manera justa entre todas las comunidades afectadas, Taft, Taylor, Coronado y nuestros estudiantes internacionales y comunidad enteros. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in the room, and that is Sarah Camp, followed by Barbara Peterson. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Blakey. My name is Sarah Camp, and I am the Immigrant and Refugee Services Program Services Coordinator at Las Cumbres Community Services. With deep empathy for all students represented in the room, I am here to voice my enthusiastic support for 6.5, the establishment of the Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado location. My background is in education, and as an educator of international students, I have seen how newcomer students can thrive when provided environments that are tailored to their unique needs. Now, as a service provider to newcomers, my team and I work every day with people whose inequitable barriers to accessing education are incredibly high. Las Cumbres, as well as a host of other community organizations, are ready and eager to help partner with this project and create a vibrant hub for international students and their families. Access is key, of course, and the location at Coronado is accessible to these families who rely on public transportation. Rather than continuing the systemic inequities highlighted in the Yazzie Martinez lawsuits, thank you for your leadership in establishing a school where we can all thrive together.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Barbara Peterson, followed by Daniel Tafoya.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Blakey. As a former board member, there are two issues tonight that are near and dear to my heart. One, I'm celebrating. For years, we worked at finding a way of really meeting the educational needs of newcomer and refugee students. And so I'm delighted to see that the Albuquerque International High School is finally coming forward. What concerns me is that I hope that that can be separated from the issue of right sizing. There is, without a doubt, many political and economic resource issues that's forcing APS to look at right sizing. But if it's not done well, it undermines the value of traditional neighborhood schools and what that brings to a community and a neighborhood. There are 3 schools that I can think of in the south area of the city: Dolores Gonzalez, East San Jose, Washington Middle School, that have been leaders in dual language instruction that could have been open to many students. And instead, a magnet school was established that excluded the students in that neighborhood.
Barbara, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. You've gone over a minute. Can I have you wrap up quickly, please? Sorry.
A bit longer that we could follow the model that was done with Longfellow, with a commitment to the neighborhood, but also investing resources. So as a board, when you listen to voices, I think it's important to ask, are we listening to the voices that of the part of our community that are in our goals and guardrails, or are we just listening to the voices that already have the most economic and political power in the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Tafoya.
Good evening. I'm here to ask board members to stop the retaliation of APS staff members. On August 26th, I filed a police report after being assaulted by a parent. The police officer completely falsified the police report. I went to HR and to his supervisors and spoke about it on September 4th board meeting. An email was sent to Cali Services lying about me, saying that on September 4th board meeting that I was inappropriate and escorted out of here, which was not true. They also said that I was escorted out of HR for throwing my keys and badge at one of the HR reps. Untrue. I am still being retaliated against by HR. Now, Susie Ray Mormon staff members are afraid to report incidents of child abuse at their school, which I have reported several times, sent an email on September 4th to APS police, which APS police lied to the parents, saying it was never reported yet. I have the emails and the police reports. I have emailed upper management. One of them emailed me back saying it was inappropriate for them to get involved. I am asking for you guys to listen to mandated reporters reporting child abuse or other staff members abusing them and take it seriously. I'm asking you guys to pay attention to us, for we are here for our students as substitute teachers, EAs, and asking for your help, and you guys are ignoring us.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mary Walker, followed by Felipe Rodriguez. You have 1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. Excuse me. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Mary Walker Herrera. So what comes next for D-trans boys and girls, men and women? As states Mary Margaret Olohan in her book D-trans, some of them are still suffering intensely, as others are determined to hold the institutions and individuals accountable through speaking out publicly or lawsuits or both. The first U.S. lawsuit claiming medical negligence was filed by a detransitioner against medical providers. Quote, "This case is about a team of doctors who decided to perform a mutilating mimicry sex change experiment on a then 13-year-old vulnerable girl struggling with complex mental health comorbidities who needed love, care, attention, and regular weekly psychotherapy, not cross-sex hormones and mutilating surgery. Under defendants who are medical providers, quote unquote, care between ages 13 to 17 years, she underwent harmful transgender transition, specifically off-label puberty blockers and cross-sex hormone treatment, and a radical double mastectomy of her healthy breasts. She was not responding to treatment, and defendants ignored this fact.
Ma'am, I need to stop you. You've gone over a minute. Please wrap up in a quick sentence.
Thank you. The lawsuit accuses them of failing to provide she and her parents with proper informed consent processes. Will you board members care for their children's health and well-being? Thank you for being here tonight and listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Felipe Rodriguez, followed by Christine Kawaziri. Not doing well on that one. Mr. Rodriguez, you have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Members of the board, my name is Felipe Rodriguez, and I want to speak in support of 6.5. I'm one of the co-directors of the New Mexico Dream Team. Our organization holds chapters across many APS schools. Our chapters are spaces tailored to address the common gaps between our schools and the needs of undocumented students and students from mixed status families. I believe that housing the international school at the Coronado Elementary School building can unlock the potential of this school even further. The New Mexico Dream Team's office is downtown on Gold Street, a few blocks away from the Coronado building. We host weekly activities at our office that are complementary to our chapters, from immigration legal clinics to leadership development trainings. This makes our office a hub where members of our chapters can meet each other across many schools. International high school students will greatly benefit from being close to a hub such like this, where they can meet immigrant students from every corner of Albuquerque. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Evening. Ya, ninafurahi sana kwa hii kikao yenye mlikutanisha wazazi. Ninafurahi sana na ninafurahia juu hii mpango wa kusaidia watoto, international ya watoto. Ninafurahi sana mie, yani ninaunga mkono juu ninaona watoto watasaidiwa. Juu hawatakuwa na ubaguzi, watakuwa yani wanashirikana na wanawafundisha gisi wanaweza kuheshimu watu wote. Njo hiyo nilikuwa nasema, nashukuru sana.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here, and I support Abakuki International School because there will be no discrimination because all the kids will come from different background. From what we shared with our future principal, there will be no discrimination, and I support this Abakuki International High School.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Sanello, followed by Julia Montani. You have 1 minute, sir.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for all the parents and teachers, really caring for fighting for the children's health and well-being. So good evening, Madam Chair, Madam President, school board members, and superintendent. Most of you know that I am not only an alternative health doctor, but also a minister. What I'm about to share with you now is not only unethical, but immoral to our children's health and well-being. I had a great opportunity to meet up with the 6 detransitioner panelists who have been lied and deceived through bribery, greed, and money. They cannot have a family, like the young man who is 35 years old who had a phalloplasty. He can't have kids. And the same thing with a young woman who had a double mastectomy and other harmful body parts, and she can't reverse it. Transgender affirming care or medical mutilation does not reduce suicide rates, but increase amount of suicide. So I want to encourage you all school board members is to create a resolution to stop these lies and deception of transgender ideology and sexual perversion through the educational policies, not transgender policies. Would you please do that for the sake of our children's health and well-being? And by the way, healthy Christmas to you all. And Christmas is an acronym. Christ has revealed instructions so that many are saved. And that means I want you guys to experience that this Christmas season as we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Julia Montani.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Julia Montani. I serve as the Director of Immigrant and Refugee Services at Las Cumbres Community Services. With compassion and acknowledgement of the complexity and difficulty of the situation here tonight, I'm here to express my strong support for item 6.5, establishing the Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado Elementary School location. This school will address critical inequities in our education system, and its mission to serve recently arrived multilingual learners will ensure equity and inclusion for all APS students. The Coronado location is accessible for newcomer families relying on public transportation and strategically located near critical downtown supports and organizations. This will foster partnerships within the community, enriching students' learning experiences and resource access opportunities. The co-location of the APS International Welcome Center will provide a seamless and culturally responsive support system for newcomer families, ensuring students thrive academically and socially. By approving this proposal for the Albuquerque International High School at the Coronado location, APS will set a powerful precedent for equity and innovation in education. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to our diverse community.
Thank you, ma'am. And I believe our last speaker is Azada Safi. I don't know if okay. So that concludes board members. That concludes public forum.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is to consider approval of our consent agenda, which is items 5.1 through 5.12. Is there a motion and a second?
This is Board Member Tapia Romero. I move for approval to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.12.
And this is Board Member Benavides. I second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Nella Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomarito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
And Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes. So the motion carries. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is to consider approval of the renewal contract and performance framework for La Academia de Esperanza. Our presenters are Johanna King, Chief of Staff, Dr. Joseph Escobedo, Senior Director for Charter Schools, Adam Giron, Principal of La Academia de Esperanza, and Laura Braun, the Governing Council President for La Academia de Esperanza. You have the floor.
renewal of La Academia de Esperanza Charter School. The school meets all the requirements for renewal, and the charter school team has collaborated with the school on the proposal we are bringing to you tonight, which is important as both parties must agree upon a term shorter than 5 years. I will turn it over to Dr. Escobedo to go over the recommendation.
Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Blakey, La Academia de Esperanza has been in turnaround during their last contract. The school has developed a strategic plan and a new executive director that is designed, and they have a plan to meet measurable academic targets. The progressive proposal we have before you gives the school a 3-year contract and an extension of 2 years if their academic goals are met. The principal and executive director, Adam Hinon, is with us, and along with our governing council president. Mr. Hinon.
Good evening, Madam President, esteemed APS board members, Superintendent Dr. Blakely. I'm here as Dr. Escobedo has stated with our governing council president, Ms. Laura Braun, and about 15 community members. They were not able to speak. My apologies, I did not let them know that they were supposed to sign up, prior to. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to be part of the APS Charter School family. It is truly an honor to work alongside Dr. Escobedo and his dedicated team. Their commitment to excellence and the high standards they set are both inspiring and instrumental in supporting the success of charter schools. The guidance and collaboration provided by Dr. Escobedo and his team have been invaluable, and I deeply appreciate their unwavering support and leadership. At La Academia de Esperanza, we are more than a school. We are a thriving, inclusive community where students are empowered to realize their fullest potential, serving a diverse and often at-risk population. We provide a safe, supportive environment that fosters academic success, personal growth, and life readiness. Through innovative programs like our social emotional programming, makerspace, robotics programming, educator fellow mentorship, personalized learning plans, and bilingual collaboration initiatives. We build strong relationships and equip students with skills to adapt and thrive in the world. Guided by our vision of cultivating creativity, adaptability, and belonging, we are transforming the lives of students and shaping a brighter future for our community.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. King and Dr. Escobedo. So we have had the materials, we've had a chance to review them, and board members have had a chance to ask questions already. And so I'd like to move to see if we have a motion and a second for approval of the renewal contract. And if needed, we'll move to discussion.
This is Board Member Tapia Romero. I move for approval of the renewal contract and performance framework of La Academia de Esperanza.
I'll second. This is Member Jackson.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions?
I do have some questions.
Yes, Member Dominguez.
On page, thank you for coming. And I did notice, and I overlooked this the first time, we've had a busy time, to say the least. And so I overlooked some things. I noticed that a couple of members on your governing council have been there for 20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
But your school year baseline data begins with 2018. And so
Sorry.
And so I was just curious about, so the school has been around for 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so another point of clarification. On the page that lists the SAT school day grade 11 summary. And I'll wait for him to get to that.
What page was there, ma'am?
You know,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's in the, I'm sorry, it's in the school executive summary.
It's page 7 for us, but it might be different for you all.
Do you want to go ahead and ask the question and then we'll see what content they need to respond?
Well, yes, it shows that in 2023, 2024, your evidence-based reading proficiency score was 4.9%. And then the math score was 1.2%. But then the breakdown, proficiency by subject and gender, is at 100. I see a lot of 100%, 90%. And so I'm just trying to understand the discrepancy.
Madam President and Board Member Dominguez, if you look under that, under SAT performance, right underneath proficiency, the gray is not proficient
Okay,
and the blue is proficient.
okay. And so that raises, and I understand this is SAT. These are SAT scores.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm looking for, I guess I'm conflicted because I know you've been a turnaround school. And I'm wondering, is this the second time that we're in turnaround? I do see some progress being made.
Yes, ma'am. With this would be our second time in turnaround. And we have made some changes such as leadership, our governing council board president. We made some programming changes. We've hired a transformational team to come in, an outside organization to come in and kind of give us recommendations as to how we can increase and improve those scores. We've hired a data coaching team to come in and assist us with that stuff. We now are doing data-driven decisions. I'm not saying that we haven't done them in the past, but I wasn't the leader, but now that I am the leader, we are doing more of a group of an administrative team. And so it's not one individual making the decisions, it's with the guidance of our Dr. Escobar and his team as to how we can improve our student scores, how we can improve the life of our students as they get older and go through our school, our program.
And yes, and I want to be hopeful. But I worry that you've been around for 20 years and yet you serve an important population, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably the most vulnerable.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that comes with its own challenges. And I did notice that in the last year or two, you had some increase.
Yes, ma'am. And in our NOVA reporting as well, we were highlighted. We were highlighted in the area of our 6-year graduates. A lot of our students come to us 2 and 3 years behind, and so we tried to get them caught up and get them graduated. A lot of it, I'm not going to say it's a very difficult path for them and us, but we are dedicated. Not only myself, but my staff and our stakeholders, the parents. We have our parents, our community members that have now all have a larger involvement in what happens there at La Academia de Esperanza.
So you are engaging parents.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have parents here that, again, I apologize. I did not advise them to sign up prior to. We had approximately about 15 that were excited to come. We had a couple of students that were excited to come. And again, my apologies to them and to yourself that I did not direct them with the correct instructions.
Gracias a los papás que vinieron y aprecio su presencia. Solo hago las preguntas porque me preocupa que la preparación todavía viene a menos de los niveles que es preferible, pero tengo esperanzas de que esto se va a resolver. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
presenting.
Great. Thank you, Member Dominguez. Are there any additional questions? Yes, Member Tomorito.
Looking at your data here, it states that you have 35% of your children with disabilities.
Yes, ma'am. With students with disabilities, yes, ma'am.
And as you're turning around your school and you're looking at how to make improvements. Can you give me how you expect to do that with your kids with disabilities? Because I was looking at also your compliance with some of your within your just the basic requirements with transition and some of those things. But what are you going to do differently that hopefully is going to turn these kids around?
Yes, ma'am. As I stated, we have hired a transformational team to assist us, an outsider to come on in and help us, a data coach. We are working with our staff now to not just our ELA subject to be TESOL endorsed, but our entire staff. We're working on getting the entire staff TESOL endorsed as they can help. We do have a special ed director that works extremely hard with each of our parents. We have invited outside agencies to now come in to assist us and guide us in how we can better assist those students. We listen to the parents, we listen to the students, and we listen to the outside organizations that are coming in to help us advance the students in their academics.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions or discussion?
Madam President, or Chair, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, Member Benavides, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this evening. And so my question is related to the number of students who enrolled in college in the fall after graduation. And so for 2018 to 2019, there were 15 students out of 28. In 2019 and 2020, there was 11 students out of 35. And in 2020-2021 year, there were 4 out of 37. And I think that that's remarkable that these students have enrolled in college. And so I'm curious, have these students graduated, and have you kept in touch with them, and what are their stories?
So we do have a handful have graduated to my knowledge that have come back. We are starting this year more of an alumni organization that they could come back and speak. We do invite a lot of our graduates to come back and speak to the current students that we have. We had one student that went on and got her law degree. And so she's kind of my highlight. Her and I used to, I was an educator there prior to being the principal and head administrator. And her and I had our, I guess, occurrences. She beat me up a couple of times, but she came back to thank me and to thank our institution. We get a lot of students that while they're there, they're not, I guess, happy with our expectations. But after they get done and they move on and they're able to better their lives, we get a lot of them coming back to thank us.
Okay, quick follow-up. And so of this college isn't for everybody. And so of the students who have graduated, and I think you alluded to this a little bit, but some success stories from your students who maybe didn't go to college, but went on to do something else?
Yes, ma'am. So we do have a couple of other students that have come back to express that. One is a manager of a T-Mobile store. Another one is beginning or wanting to do get his construction license. And so he's come back to ask for help and guidance in doing some of that. So we are working with these students. Those are the kind of the highlighted ones that I've worked with just in the last few months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Member Jackson.
I don't have a question per se, Mr. Huron, but you did mention twice that you did have about 15 people that were here in support, and they will not be able to speak right now, but if they are comfortable, I wanted to give them the opportunity to at least maybe stand in support if they're still in the room.
Yes, ma'am. We had, these are 2 of our parents, and the rest, because we didn't sign up.
Oh, they're in the overflow?
Yeah. they're in the
Okay.
overflow.
Okay. I just wanted to give them the opportunity, but thank you so much. And then just one quick question, just to give you a final opportunity on this. You also did note that you were really pleased to be working with Dr. Escobedo, as are we. And so I just want to give you the opportunity to note what might be different about this time with this new contract, this new term that might be different than what you had before, and if you are hopeful that you will be able to meet the actions that are required within this new contract.
Yes, ma'am. I think the big difference is the new head administrator is willing to listen and take advice. It's, I believe in the past that may not have been the path that was taken from the individual, prior to me. But, I'm open. It's not about me. It's not about the position. It's about the students themselves. And, I come from the community. I, lived in the community. I was brought up in the community, so I care a lot about it. And these are students that I can reflect back that I was one of these students. Somebody helped me and I want to be that helping hand.
And if I can follow up, did we cheer together at UNM?
Yes, ma'am.
You looked familiar.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, connections, discussion? This is why we call it small Albuquerque. We have a roll call vote, please.
Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes, the motion carries. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will now move on to agenda item 6.2, which is to consider approval to reassign North Valley attendance areas due to the repurposing of Taft Middle School into a dual language magnet K-8 school. Our presenters are Dr. Gabriela Duran Blakey, Superintendent, Gabe Hawkes, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, and Kizito Wijenje, Director of Capital Master Plan, as well as Dr. Antonio Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent for Lead Learning and Teaching, I believe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I also want to recognize the principal from Taft Middle School, Crystal Avalos, is also here in the audience. Tonight, we are requesting approval for boundary changes as part of an ongoing effort to align resources with student needs and to improve our student outcomes. Specifically, we propose repurposing Taft Middle School into a dual language K-8 magnet school and adjusting boundaries so that students who would have attended Taft will instead attend Taylor Middle School, which is a couple of miles away. After extensive study, we are recommending this proposal because it offers significant benefits to the Taft, Taylor, and Coronado communities. The plan also calls for using the Coronado building as a newcomer resource center, as well as the International High School. For background, the Right Size Initiative in APS began over a decade ago to address declining enrollment. Its goals including improving student outcomes, academic and financial viability, reducing overcrowding, and offering families more educational options. This process considers factors like enrollment trends, school facilities, and academic performance, with schools that are facing low enrollment being repurposed and those with high demand potentially expanding. This is a process that has been followed for years. As you recall, last spring, this board voted to repurpose Duranis Elementary School, and the year before, we repurposed La Luz Elementary School. As in the case of both of these schools, we plan to work with each Taft student and their individual families to ensure a smooth transition. Following the input from the community after the initial announcement, I directed our staff to amend the plan to reflect the feedback that we received. As a result, we are offering 3 options for families in the Taft feeder system. 5th graders who are currently enrolled in the dual language program can attend Coronado Dual Language Magnet, which will eventually expand to a K-8. We will update the procedural directive to include the transfer priority. Students can opt for a more traditional middle school at Taylor Middle School, which is expected to grow to a healthy 500 student population. And families may also choose to transfer to Garfield Middle School, which is a STEM magnet in the North Valley, where we are making additional investments in STEM programming. We do recognize the emotional attachment that many have to their schools, and we are mindful of all of those concerns. But we do believe that this consolidation is a comprehensive plan that will benefit student outcomes, which remains our top priority. We are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Blakey. So we will go ahead and move to discussion and questions, and we'll start just and go through the line across, and we'll come back through if we need to or if we have any follow-ups. So I'm going to go ahead and start with member Tapia Romero.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions that I want to add or ask regarding this particular item. So, gosh, my questions are going to be more associated with the way the direction of the way the board has been headed recently. And the question is more aligned or surrounded with talking about determining the academic programming models for the district. And when we talk about this, like, whose job do we feel is it to determine the academic programming models for the district? Is this the superintendent or the board?
That is the superintendent's job, along with the administration. We work closely with the Office of Innovation, with the school principal and their instructional councils to make sure that the academic programming matches the needs of the school.
Thank you. And to follow up with that, like, whose job also would it be to analyze building facilities, determine appropriate use? Do you feel like, is this the job of the superintendent or is this fall on the job of the board?
Yes, that is the job of the superintendent and the administration, primarily working with the deputy superintendent of operations and our capital master plan.
Okay, thank you. And have you looked at making sure that the right sizing is also included in the strategic plan and also in the 90-day plan?
Yes, the right sizing is included in the strategic plan. It's also in the 90-day plan, and it is in the updated what has happened so far in the past 90 days.
Okay, thank you. I have one more. Do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Looking at when we developed the superintendent's evaluation, the superintendent overall is evaluated on student outcomes, and the question would be too, are you making this proposal with the lens of ensuring that you're always improving student outcomes?
Yes, 100%. So, you know, the board has made it clear that the evaluation is based on student outcomes. And we know, in working very closely with the team, that these are hard decisions. And I have guided the team to make sure that we are making every decision in the best interest of students to improve student outcomes. And knowing that some of our students are in learning environments that are not providing that ability to really hit the student outcomes because of the viability of the academic programming has really led us to look for gaps and holes in our programming and where we can move forward.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Tom Morito.
Yes, this question is for the Gabriella Superintendent. In your op-ed, you stated that you made mistakes in regards to including and getting information on the feeder schools. How, from admitting to that, what have you done from that time on till now to reach out to those schools? Sure, I can start with that and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez. So I would say, you know, we have consolidated 3 elementary schools. And the difference with middle school is that there are feeder schools. So those 5th graders are not currently students in the school, but would be coming to the school next year. So when the team was working with the middle school and primarily talking to the 6th and 7th graders, there was a misstep to catch the 5th graders of the incoming 5th graders. Primarily Alvarado Elementary School, which you heard all of the comments tonight were from Alvarado, that they are the only peer feeder in the Taft district. And peer feeder means that 100% of the families in that zone are zoned to go to Taft. So the other elementary schools are what we call split feeders, meaning some of them already go partly to Taft and partly to Taylor. Some of them go partly to Garfield and partly to Taft. And so I think in that we misstepped by making sure that the 5th grade families were aware. So coupled with that, I think the important thing is in the past, primarily when we talked about Duranis last year, the board did want to make sure that families were communicated to prior to the decision. Last year and in the previous years,
we have worked with families individually after the decision of the boundaries. And it really becomes kind of like a chicken and an egg kind of thing as far as when the boundaries change and when you start working with families. So because we moved the timeline earlier this year, in an effort to try to talk to the families prior to the spring, I think that that's where we missed the opportunity to reach out to fifth grade families. So since then, I will have Dr. Gonzalez talk about what we've done in the information that we've gathered from those families.
Madam President, Member Tomorito, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. A couple of things to share in response to your question is in terms of missteps, one of the things that we did, anticipating the transfer window, which we know opens on an annual basis on January 1st, is give these affected communities and students absolute priority. What that translated into is we can see, and as we've learned, this being the first middle school that we've brought through right sizing, is it set a signal that the decision was made when the reality is we are working to respond and work on an individual basis with every single family along the lines of their transition to middle school education pending the approval. Other things that we've done in response to hearing the community is adjusted the plan as the superintendent has referenced. I'd like to go over a couple of ways in which we've done that. The first one was dual language. We looked and were very intentional in turning to the data to ensure that voice of community was facilitated within the adjustments to the plan. In the meetings that we had, a continuum or a continuation of dual language programming was voiced repeatedly. Based on that, priority enrollment, priority transfer for any student within the North Valley currently enrolled in a dual language program would have the opportunity to automatically enroll at Coronado K-6 next year, moving toward the K-8. Another thing that we heard that our operation team can speak to more deeply is the notion of traffic and the traffic implications within the community. We have worked with our transportation department within the constraints of what we're able to do, and we've looked at drop-off pickup patterns, recognizing that an investment was made this year along the lines of the Taft campus specifically for drop-off and pickup, as well as potential super stops strategically throughout the city for current Coronado enrollment to be able to come from the west side, for example, the South Valley, maybe the different areas that they're coming from the city, so that we temper any concerns that traffic congestion would bring to that community. We've also recognized, as I mentioned, the data-driven piece is looking to the recent spring of 2024 Voice of the Community survey. And it was interesting that the area of town that took the survey, the highest concentration was in fact the North Valley. And the thing that they asked for more often than any other academic program was STEM. And we've committed the Engineering the Future grant at Mission, Garfield, and Valley High School to the tune of $8 million with a continued investment and commitment to that STEM education for our students in the North Valley. That's what the community in the North Valley asked for. We're pleased as a district we're able to offer that middle school option. So now we have two options, the Coronado dual language option and the STEM option at Garfield Middle School. And finally, the traditional option at Taylor Middle School is important to point out that that option provides the robust program with the wraparound services, full-time employees at that school, that they're able to invest in that community. Teachers aren't teaching 2, 3, 4 preps. That's tough on a teacher to have to prepare those many preps. When you're in a smaller environment, you also have fewer people to collaborate with, to enhance your professional practice and to really grow as professionals. The context and environment on the academic side is really something that we looked at as well as we adjusted the plan to have those 3 dynamic options for our students in the North Valley. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hawkes if he has anything else he'd like to add in relationship to the transportation and Super Stop piece.
I think the, real quick, the way we got that information, so all of the 5th grade families received a letter from their principal that explained what was happening. And with that had a survey that they could put input in, which I think the board has been provided. And so based on the input that we got from the families that completed the survey, that's how we made the adjustments.
And Madam President, if I may, one other piece that I don't want to forget was in our meeting with the Alvarado Elementary School community specifically, there was a call to action on behalf of the district to invest in neighborhood schools. And the conversation through the principal and the community was really looking at an agriculture component, an agriculture theme in that school, that elementary school. And our team is working with that school to explore those options to really enhance their hopes and dreams and their desires in relationship to the agriculture theme at the elementary school level. So those conversations are in their infancy, but that is another step we have taken based on the community feedback.
Do you have anything to say?
Absolutely,
Okay.
Madam
I'm sorry,
Chairman.
you're looking at viewers.
Board Member Tomarito. So just to touch on the transportation piece, so a couple of pieces when we're talking about traffic. So we are, if this is approved tonight, we're ready to immediately move forward with working with not only our team of experts, but possibly looking at outside experts that can help us look at our on-site traffic plan. As Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, we've added at Taft Middle School, August of this year, we added an additional drop-off. So really looking at the traffic, looking at the number of students that are slated to be there, but also looking at the impact that will have in the community and working with the community. We do have a meeting scheduled with our Blues team, which is our bus loading and unloading zone team that is a collaborative group that also works with our local law enforcement to look at different areas of traffic and safety. Our next meeting is scheduled with Los Ranchos, the village of Los Ranchos, and their team for January 7th. So we'll again, if that's approved tonight, we'll jump on that immediately and continue working through that.
One more follow-up. And in attending last night's meeting, Los Ranchos Community Center, I have a big concern. And I know you guys have a proposal for right sizing. But I also need to know, how do you expect to build trust back to the community, to its leaders, to the children, to the staff, for everything that they are going through right now? Because we're not creating collaboration, we're creating chaos. How do you expect to turn that around?
I think one thing is that I think the team and myself have learned is that people in general, with the district, there is a sense of not having trust. And so in any situation, any bureaucracy, so to say, there's always a part where we have to continue to show trust by things like following through on the dual language program, following through on the traffic study, The Village of Los Ranchos, we've been meeting now, we've met with them several times. They have had, you know, a lot of transition in their administration, as have we, and on their board of trustees and on our board. So what we have to see as institutions too is that even the schools, they've had transition in principals. All of these schools, most of the schools have had transition in principals over the past 2 to 3 years, 1 year. And so I think that through our actions of follow through is how we have to build trust. That's one of the reasons that if this is passed, that we want to put the procedural directive for transfers in right away. We'll work on making that, because a lot of the community members have said that we're saying that they get transfers, but is that true? So putting it in our administrative policy, I think is important so that we can show that we are being responsive. But I think that, you know, you build trust over developing relationships with people over time and recognizing that all of these institutions have had transition over the past couple of years, even the institution of the schools. So a lot of knowledge that somebody had that had a conversation, that had a meeting to discuss, has been, you know, lost along the way. So I think we have to work better at how we can make sure that we maintain that consistency, and that through our actions, we show and build trust, that we meet with individual families to talk about where their best placement will be, that we put in policy how we're going to do this, that we have the meeting that we've scheduled. We've committed to meeting with the village quarterly to look at traffic as the school expands, that we're looking at the traffic study that Mr. Wajinje is working on today, is contracting somebody who can come do that. So I think that that has to be built over time, recognizing that people have feelings of mistrust over the course of years prior to any of us stepping into these roles.
I just want to reiterate that student outcomes is directly affected by community engagement. And we got to keep that a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tomorito. I'll go ahead and turn to Member Astorga. Do you have any questions for the administration?
I do, thank you. Sorry for not being able to be there in person, everyone. But my first question is, why was this decision to close Taft and not Taylor?
Sure, I can answer this, and maybe if I don't answer all of it, I'm looking at Mr. Wajinje if you need a more technical answer. So rewinding to, I think it was 2022 or 2023, again, a lot of movement has happened in those years. There was an assessment done which includes 17 different factors that we look at to identify the schools for right sizing. So those 17 factors include enrollment, financial sustainability, capital investment. There's a series of indicators for those 17. Taylor did not come up on the list once it was run through the formula for right sizing. So Taft did come up based on those factors. I don't know the individual factors for each school, but there's essentially the team of the capital master plan runs every single school in the district through all 17 factors. That comes up with a tier of schools. And then they put in additional factors and they run a second list. Taylor did not show up on the tier 2 list or the tiered list of the schools that we're identifying for right sizing. And Taylor was put onto the last bond election for the remodel. So, you know, once, as all of you know, once you have the bond election and schools are on there, you can't move money from one school to another. And so Taylor was on the previous bond for construction. Mr. Wajinje, do you have anything to?
Thank you, Superintendent Blakey, members of the board, board member Stogger. Yes, I reiterate what the superintendent just said. One more thing I would add is that when you study the areas around Taylor and Taft, one last variable is that the Taylor area has more chances in terms of long-term enrollment maintenance than Taft does. Taft over the long term, we see the enrollment falling and staying like that over the long term. So apart from the other variables, that was a major variable in picking in Taft staying in the list and Taylor falling out. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Astorga, any other questions?
Yes, I do. And then just to follow up on those answers, I just think it was important for community to know what that process looked like, because we have been getting concerns about how that switch is going to affect enrollment to Valley High School. So I think it was important just to give that background. So thank you for that. My next question is in regards to the timeline. I know that we have said trust is something that we have to build a community, which I completely agree. And I just wanted to know, what does the timeline look like and how strict is your timeline for this decision? Because I know community came out tonight to support a tabling of the decision to give more time for community engagement. So if you can just speak a little bit on that piece.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Member Astorga. The timeline, so as you can see from the agenda, the right sizing plan is a comprehensive plan that involves several moving pieces. So part of the timeline, and again, this is an earlier timeline than we had last year when the board approved the consolidation of Duranis Elementary School. And this is a couple months earlier. And there are several reasons for that. One is there are multiple moving pieces and other schools that are impacted by the move. They're all connected to each other as a comprehensive right sizing plan. And so that's one of the main reasons. We want to make, because this is a middle school, that's another major reason why it's an earlier timeline. The families need time to be able to register for courses, and the budget process this year is starting earlier for schools than we've done in the past. So I think that's something the board is familiar with. We're starting the budget process in January for schools. And so knowing what schools we have that are open and how to judge their enrollment is really important to do ahead of time. The transfer window for parents opens January 2nd. And so we need to make sure that parents are aware in the case that this does pass. And if it does not pass, that the Coronado parents, particularly for 5th grade going to 6th grade, don't have a school to go to. So they would have to know before January 2nd to be able to apply for the transfer window. So really in an effort to communicate earlier with families, to give more leeway with planning for families, I think the Taft community has expressed that they do feel a sense of uneasiness over the past couple of years. They've heard their school is closing. As you may be aware, the first timeline was that they was going to close last year. And so, you know, we recognize that we don't want to keep families in flux. And so if there is a delay in being able to reach that January timeline, then we would need to put all 3 recommendations on hold until probably this time next year.
Thank you. And my last question is just, again, with engagement, kind of going back to board member Tomorito's question, but I know you have a commitment to making sure that the families and the community are engaged moving forward. And you did mention that you were going to meet with Los Ranchos community quarterly. I was just wondering if you can explain those processes a little bit more for me, if if those things are already in place, or what your plan is moving forward to make sure that they are all informed.
Sure. So we do have, it's through the Blues team. So the planning and zoning team of Los Ranchos, as well as our Blues team, have their first meeting scheduled for January 7th. And then at that meeting, we'll schedule the following meetings for quarterly to watch how the traffic is flowing. Meanwhile, we have worked with the principal of Alvarado Elementary School to assure her school is not on the right size list in any way. But she has an interest in, as Dr. Gonzalez said, expanding into agriculture work. those programming models of school can happen at any time. So that's not anything that is dependent on a timeline or right sizing. It's something that the school can begin working on, and we will work with the principal on what the school foresees with that. So at a school community level, working with Alvarado on how they want to design their school is something that is ongoing, and it can start at any time. It's not up for board approval. It's as Board Member Tapia Romero asked, it is administrative work through the superintendent that can happen at a school at any time. And so that's kind of how that is working for the ongoing meetings. I think that what is a fair ask is how we continue to partner with the communities, particularly through, the principals being, what I've, talked to the principals about being the owners, the CEOs of their schools, so to say, and how we can work more to make sure that the principals feel confident leading the community work of the school. And more importantly, that we operate as a whole APS family, that when the principal, the staff, the school is working, that is APS working with the community at the community level of the school. And I think, I will acknowledge, particularly with the 5th grade, that we made missteps along the way. But at the same time, there are also communities that I applaud the team for working really closely with. So we didn't get it 100% right, but in hearing the work of the newcomer refugee program and the international high school, that's a community that I think has been very connected and has been talked to and feels like they've been part of designing this school. So I do think that we may have missed the mark in some ways, but in other ways, I think that the team has done outstanding community work. We just need to make it more part of the process of how we do throughout the whole district. Go ahead.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey, just another practical response to the timing, and this is going to be real as you speak, I apologize. But in terms of middle school, starting their scheduling happens early in the spring semester, which will factor into a comprehensive scheduling process, which feeds number of classes, number of electives, number of teacher endorsements based on the student's course requests. So it's quite a comprehensive, intricate, multiple people working to ensure that students, general ed, special ed, bilingual ed, electives, all are put in the correct place in the fall. And that work is set to start January 2nd with the transfer window opening, with our principals and assistant principals beginning course requests early January and February, and then moving into the building of their schedule, which will lead to factoring the human capital, which is resignations, retirements. What are they going to have to hire based on these requests? So unlike an elementary school, you have 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and you have a teacher cap in those grades. Middle school, from a scheduling point of view, is much more complex. And I just would like to add, Member Astorga Ramos, that to your point earlier, the feeder to Valley High School is uninterrupted. So those students to Valley High School through these 3 middle schools will continue without interruption.
And additionally, in some cases, such as the case of Los Ranchos Elementary School, it tightens the articulation, which is essentially saying how kids go from elementary school to middle school together, and the teachers work to make sure that the curriculum is aligned. It is a split feeder right now. So half the students from Los Ranchos go to Taylor, half of them go to Taft. This would allow the 5th grade class to all stay together, to go to Taylor and then go to Valley. So the Valley High School part of it remains the same throughout all of the boundary changes. And, with the team did talk about, looking at offering a phase-in approach, meaning that just like we're phasing in sixth grade, we would phase out the students at Taft. Middle school is a 3-year cycle, right? So, I think back to Duranis last year, that's hard. The fourth graders at Duranis had been at school in that school for 5 years. And then they were moved to a school for their last year this year. The students, so we've talked about the middle school students, what would happen if because we're really only talking about 2 grade levels, it's 6th grade and 7th grade. The 8th graders will be going to high school next year. And we talked about keeping them at their school for next year at Taft, because Coronado would have K-6. And so we could essentially phase out Taft in that sense. But the team, in looking at the academic value of that, it would hollow out the curriculum. So you would only have about 60 to 70 students in each grade level at the school, and their ability to have robust education programming, to have access, we didn't feel was in the best interest of the students to have a school where they would essentially be so small, and that many of the students had already selected that they would choose to go to Taylor. So it could be even less students than what we would project.
Thank you so much. And I wanted just to end and give a comment, because I wanted to thank you, first of all, as a superintendent, and being able to admit where we messed up, right? And where we need to do a little bit better on. And you don't see that all the time. So I wanted to thank you and your team for that, and for going out to the community and, trying to bring solutions to the table. And I know that right sizing isn't easy. We've seen that from the past right sizing that we have done. So just thank you and your team for all of that work. And also thank you to all the community who have voiced their questions. I know moving forward that you and your team are committed to making sure that their voices are implemented moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Astorga. We will turn to Member Dominguez.
So I have a couple of questions that I wrote down. In reference to what is administration work and what is board work. Yes, our administrators are in charge of capital outlay decisions and instructional work. But where is the role of parents in that? Because I do know that, I can't remember which document. We had like a information dump and I had to click through many links and read, and it was a bit overwhelming, and it's all last minute for us as well. But I know that there is a role, there's a parent advisory piece. And where is that parent advisory when boundaries are being reconsidered? And did we include that parent advisory piece?
Are you talking about the Parent Advisory Council or the boundary process for administrative boundaries, which
I know
Mr. Bajinji could?
I think it came in, did we get an organizational chart this morning?
It's the administrative boundaries.
Thank you very much, Superintendent, Board Member Dominguez. We have 2 types of boundary changes. There's administrative boundary changes and there's overall boundary changes. The overall boundary changes are very specific in when we build a new school, or when we go into an area with new housing that didn't have a school. And in that case, you are looking at totally changing the feeders, all the way from high school to elementary. You're putting in a new school that wasn't there. And in our J01 policy, there's contingency in that case to have not only the experts and the administrative people and the principals involved in the boundary committee, but also parent components and other agency components. Like in this case, if we were building a new school from scratch, we would have somebody from the city of Los Ranchos, we would have somebody from Bernalillo County, we'd have somebody from the city of Albuquerque, because this has major impacts. But when we do a boundary change in terms of when in a developed area, because demographics have changed, we need to balance out the boundaries in that school, in that area, because one school has less kids and other schools have less kids. It doesn't seem that that's going to change. We use data and we do an administrative boundary change, which we use to address the reasoning for these changes. These changes are not supposed to make a pure feeder change into the high schools. They're just actually supposed to balance things so that there's no disruption within the schools, and this is what happened.
So I guess what I'm suggesting is that's a problem, right? Because you get this uproar. It's you can see it. You've seen it the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And so I know it's not my place, but I would like to suggest, based on what we have seen, that there's a role for parents and of the affected schools to be represented in those decisions. Because if you bring people along, you're more apt to build trust rather than the distrust that we're facing right now. And just for the record, I feel like I feel like I need to say, in response to a comment during public comment that about terrible leadership, you know, I've served on the, help me with this, CCAC, the Community Capital Advisory Committee or Commission. And I think it's very accurate. One of the members, community members, a Mr. Murphy, pointed out when our superintendent, who was then COO, Chief Officer of Operations, when she explained how right sizing happens, he accurately described it as a three-dimensional chess game. So I don't take, I want to get across to the community that this is a very complicated three-dimensional chess game. Where the missteps happened is in our contacting or the administration contacting the feeder schools. And which leads to my next question, but I just want to say, when the superintendent takes responsibility for her missteps, it's also incumbent on this board to take responsibility for our missteps as well. We are tied at the hip. And so we have a community engagement ad hoc committee. We, the veteran board members up here, we lost sight of our responsibility. So while I understand that last year's board handed over the responsibility for right sizing and community engagement, as a board, we did not relinquish our responsibility to the community. I want to be really clear about that. I also want to be very clear that I support the right sizing and repurposing efforts. I understand that these have to happen. I support the international school for high school, for newcomers. I taught at Highland High School. I watched that flagship program get demolished in 1998, and we have suffered since then. So yes, I am with you in understanding the need for that newcomer school and support for families. And I support an inclusive dual language magnet for K through 5 and into middle school. But I think it's important, if we are right sizing, then we've got to look at our dual language programs and bring them together, mesh them. What I'm struggling with is the lack of support for community engagement. I think that's where we got it so wrong here. And we need to rebuild the trust. Now, I think you can appreciate, and I'm going to speak as a parent and a grandparent. If you want my child to go to Taylor, then convince me, show me that I belong there. And I really appreciate the Spanish speaker who Zoomed in. Just because we haven't heard from the ELL populations does not mean that they're okay with this, because as a child that had to translate for my mother, this is a difficult situation. If mom was home, if she wasn't working. So I think when we talk about community engagement, it looks very different for our ELL populations. It looks very different for the Native American population at, let me see. And thank you, Mr. Wajenji, for sending me the boundary or the feeder school. That was outstanding. That helped. I wish I had had this 6 months ago. But we have a Native American population at Taylor of 6.4, but 11.4 tribal affiliation. Those kids who affiliate with a tribe somehow. We have 70% Hispanics. At Taft, it's 88%. And I'm using whatever is on dashboard. I don't know if it's different now. I suspect not. But our EL population is 24.8 at Taft. I want to hear from those parents. And I think I heard one lone voice. Children with disabilities, 27.8 at Taft, 35.6 at Taylor. We've got to bring these two communities together. And my question is, why couldn't this have happened last January, February, March? January and February, I understand we were in the middle of a lot was going on. But the right sizing committee was still doing its work. So again, why could this not have happened back in March? What stopped us from reaching out to Taft and Taylor and all those feeder schools? And by the way, Los Ranchos is 63% feeding to Taft, and Mission is 64% feeding to Taft. Anyway, just
So is the question why,
Why why didn't this happen last March? Why did we not reach out to communities?
I think there's a couple of things with that, and Mr. Hawkins didn't work here then.
Right.
So, but I think there are a couple of things, and I think that it's discerning also that it's the communities primarily that are impacted by this, because I think, again, this is a three-prong effort. And so from the question, I think you're asking is the ELL population of Taft, not necessarily the EL population of the newcomers. Is that your question?
No, my question is why not all this promised outreach now? We're going to talk to families. Why didn't it happen? Why didn't we begin this conversation last March?
I think there's a couple of reasons. One, in last March, there was a different superintendent. And so I can't speak to the work of the previous superintendent and the direction at that time. But I also know that during that time, there's also the Duranis was being closed, and the focus was on meeting with the Duranis families that were impacted by the shift of school for this school year. So a lot of the work in the spring was meeting with the Duranis families. And that in the past has been how right sizing has worked with families. It's typically been, and it has gone well. We've heard from families from Duranis and La Luz. It typically happens after the boundaries are changed. So I think that there was indication to talk to families sooner this year. But in that, there was still the process that after the decision is made, that's when the transition of the principal from the school works with the students. They have open houses. Even the principal today, we were in a meeting with MacArthur, and he talked about the work that they continue to do that's great about putting the schools together. So I think it's a timing also that typically that family work of welcoming to a new school happens after the decision has been made to change the boundaries.
And I understand that that's been the process previously. We also weren't, we were in the midst of embracing and enacting all the changes around student outcomes focused governance. And key or critical to that, to our new governance model, is engagement, especially when changes are going to impact goal 1 and 2 and guardrail 4. I think we really need to reconsider. I don't know, I'm throwing this idea out there, how or at what point we engage families. I don't think you can talk about a boundary change without talking to families about the implications. The implications of that boundary change. I also worry about what are the consequences with the Los Ranchos elected officials. I think it's important for us to have a good relationship with them. But more than anything else, I am concerned about having engagement with families, explaining the implications from the ground up. It has to happen that way. I would want, as a parent, as a grandparent, I would want to know. And what I've heard from the community meetings is that what people are asking for is to honor culture, to honor keeping a sense of community, and to honor, help me with this. I did listen really. Culture, a sense of community. Y se me fue la idea. But I think that's what we want also. I know that's what you want. I know you all have worked hard, but I also believe that sometimes we get so wrapped up in minutiae that, and I'm going to say this as a board member, I think that happened to us. We lost track. We should have been asking for updates. We were promised regular updates. We didn't get those.
Member Dominguez, you've been
Yes,
going
so
for a
I
while.
will just end on the importance of community engagement.
Thank you. And just as a point of personal privilege, I'd like to ask that you speak for yourself. There were a lot of we statements about what we didn't do, but I'd appreciate if you could take ownership for your own actions. That would help. We'll go ahead and continue to move on to Member Jackson.
Thank you. I believe I have 4 questions. Okay, just set the stage, Madam President. My first question is, there was an indication during public comment that that maybe the Village of Los Ranchos was not engaged. So Superintendent Blakey, I'm wondering if you could kind of give a little bit more in-depth discussion on when the Village of Los Ranchos was first engaged and kind of what some of the conversations that you've had. Not only you, because I think you made an excellent point. You've only been in this position since June. So if you could also maybe July, sorry, if you could give some historical knowledge as well, that you might be able to bring as to when this discussions with Los Ranchos first occurred.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Jackson. The first conversations was with the former mayor 2 years ago in talking about what it looked like to right size the district because so many schools were in the North Valley. And so there were discussions at that time with the mayor that was about what it could look like during a right sizing. Primarily at that time, it was looking at Taft, Duranes, and La Luz. Then then after that mayor, there was another mayor, and he actually had been on our capital advisory council. Was
He,
capital
Dr. Blakey, he was on our Yes for Children Capital PAC and our Capital Master Plan Committee.
So he was involved in conversations on Taylor primarily and Taft because of the bond, and advocating for Yes for Our Children is the PAC that helps with the bond. And so he was involved with that. As you stated, I started July 1st. I met with the current Mayor Pro Tem the week after I started in my position. So it was about the second week of July. And I met with him and the planning and zoning and talked about what was happening at Taft. That's when the Blues team then met to redo the current bus loading and unloading zone. And that was the work that they did this year in August to start to prepare for having more traffic. And so I met with the mayor pro tem and other members of their administration in November. And at that time talked a little bit about how can how can we better communicate with the village? Like, what is the best avenue? How does that work? Obviously, we have a lot of different jurisdictions in the city and in the area. And we talked about like, how can they reach out to let us know when their meetings are? How can we reach out and how can we begin to bridge that? They are going to be going through a transition of a mayor. And we have asked our government liaison to reach out to the mayor-elect to set up regular meetings with the new mayor. Okay.
So thank you. So if
Member
I,
Jackson,
Oh,
sorry, just
yes,
to
yes.
follow up there, yes, thank you. Sorry, I just also wanted to clarify that throughout 2022, I had monthly meetings with Mayor Lopez in my role as the board member representing that district. And so we would meet monthly and also visit and tour the schools together. So that was happening as well. And then also, as soon as Mayor Craig was elected, we arranged for myself, Superintendent Blakey, and Mayor Craig to have lunch together. And unfortunately, we had that lunch was canceled due to his stroke and then ultimately his death. So we weren't able to have that conversation with him about the right sizing, but it was certainly planned as part of that transition from Mayor Lopez to Mayor Craig.
Thank you. Thank you for that context, because what I hope is coming across is that there has been consistency with APS in trying to reach out to the village of Los Ranchos, but maybe there hasn't been, maybe some historical knowledge has not been passed along on both sides.
Right, from the mayor, I don't know the connection of the mayor to the trustees. All of the conversations, I think either the board members or the superintendent or myself had was with the mayor.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have, and it's kind of addressed, but I think there was one thing that was maybe left out that I hope you can elaborate on. There was some talk of delay, and you did mention some things that could impact delay. But what I think you also maybe didn't touch on that is, to me, is crucial, is that if there is a delay in this decision, it also means that the other decisions are delayed. And I wonder if you could talk about not necessarily this one, but how a delay here is going to make the other dominoes fall and impact the international school and impact the K-8 dual language program. So if you could just expand on that just a little bit.
Sure. So part of right sizing is it's not seen as particularly in one entity. It really is seen comprehensively. And so it involves multiple stakeholders. It involves multiple communities. We don't have a lot of empty space or any empty space that is just sitting waiting to have a school created. Coupled with that, we also don't believe in shuttering schools and just boarding up Taft. And so part of knowing what we're doing with the facility is part of knowing right sizing. And so that's why these are all contingent upon each other. For Coronado to expand to a K-8, you heard tonight, they are in a very tight facility. They don't have a music room. They don't have an art room. They can't have one because of the space of where they are. And so Coronado is at capacity and needs more room. Coronado to expand to a K-8 school, because they are a non-boundary magnet school. They don't have a natural feeder, meaning that they don't feed to another school. They would go back to their neighborhood school or submit a transfer to another school. So there has been a lot of work on expanding Coronado to be a K-8 school. So they're kind of on the list of what we would say facility needs, right? So they need more space. So that's why the proposal is to move Coronado into the Taft building to create more space for them to be able to expand. Coupled with that is the creation of the international school. I believe very strongly that the international school should not be housed in the back of another school in portables. I believe that if you really look at our goals and our guardrails and my own stance on equity, that they should be in a state-of-the-art facility. And knowing that the international school could partner with organizations from the community who provide wraparound services that can be in the facility. It's a very, what I would say, groundbreaking idea that the team under the leadership of Antonio Baca, has really been working on to see what it could look like to be a state-of-the-art school for the international school. So they need a space in order to do that. And that's why Coronado was identified as a space. So they are all contingent upon each other. We can't open a K-8 Coronado if we don't have in their current facility. It's impossible. The international school doesn't have a facility, and we don't have an empty facility available. So if there was a delay, then we would have to go back to right sizing and start kind of from scratch to identify need and spaces, which would delay the opening of the international school for next year, and it would delay being able to add 6th grade to Coronado. They don't have the space at their current facility to add 6th grade to Coronado.
Thank you. Madam President, may I continue?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. The next question I have, and I might work in a little bit of commentary, but just a little bit. As you have laid out this plan for us, Dr. Blakey, the team, you have consistently said that the right sizing that will be occurring is to kind of increase resources and programming for the students. And some of the resources and programming that I could think of off of the top of my head that would benefit both the Taft and the Taylor students by a consolidation include a decrease in prep time for teachers, a increase in collaboration time, potential for more counselors, more nurses, potential for an increase in the addition of electives for the students, possibly additional principals or deans of students, depending on the size of the middle school. And so my question is, are there any other resources or programmings that you think that I have missed that would benefit the students? Because again, as you've said consistently, this is being done so that our students get the best resources and best programming and best educational opportunity that we can possibly give them. So I want to give you the opportunity to let the public know, let the community know, why is this the best for our students from a programming perspective?
I can start and then turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez. So Taft and Taylor are about 200 students, an ideal middle school size for really to look at Guardrail 2 and how we look at resources equitably is really to be between 500 to 700 students. That's an ideal middle school size for several reasons. And in addition to the things you said, the middle schools only get a half of an assistant principal due to their size. They have to use their budget, and it's obviously a very small budget because school budgets are driven by the size of the school. So the schools essentially pull everything they have together to pay for the other half of their assistant principal if they want to have a full assistant principal. This would give them a full assistant principal off the bat. They wouldn't have to use their own money. They would have, I believe, 2 counselors. They would have better staffed teaching. So meaning that right now, if you have 12 to 15 teachers, you really are operating on a very small scale of things like Dr. Gonzalez mentioned. Teachers are teaching multiple classes. They don't have collaboration. Teachers need collaboration to do their best work. If you don't have other teachers teaching 7th grade math, you don't have anybody to talk to about your practice. In looking at our special education services and looking at serving our English language learners, we need a larger school with more resources, including human resources of the physical teachers there, to be able to really serve our students equitably. And the other thing that middle schools, particularly when they're at 500 to 700 students, they are able to operate what we call teams or families, which is a best practice for middle schools, and we know creates a sense of belonging. And what that essentially means is that the students, and maybe some of you may have gone to schools like this, the teachers share the same students for their content classes of English, math, social studies, and science. And all the teachers have the same students, and it creates a family of students. And so they can talk about the students, they can support them holistically, they can have family meetings. When you have 200 students, teachers are teaching 6th, 7th, 8th grade math. The kids aren't on teams in that way, and the teachers aren't able to collaborate in what is a best practice for middle school. Do you have anything to add?
I wrote my list and Dr. Blakey covered most of it, but I would just add just a few things. One is the economy of scale is really an important piece to consider when you're looking at a comprehensive middle school. And this affords us the ability to have full-time staff, from your assistant principal to your counselor, your nurse, social workers, different ancillary staff that support special education. Is really important to have a programmatic feed to these different pieces. The other thing is the FTE that follows students is consolidated in a way that the economy of scale can facilitate options for students in relationship to the arts, electives, STEM, robotics, different opportunities for our middle school students to explore. In your smaller middle schools, they're limited. So you don't have the options, the plethora of options that that magic number that we're talking about is that 500 middle school student population yields. The other thing that I said is just because we have a larger middle school with the consolidation of Taft and Taylor doesn't mean that you have larger class sizes. And that's an important piece to keep in mind because we are still bound by our agreements with our teachers. So we still maintain our class sizes, but options. The only other thing that I would mention to this conversation in reference to middle school education is when we look at the demographic data for the Taft Middle School attendance zone, the current Taft Middle School attendance zone over the next 5-10 years, the enrollment in that area, the student population in that area for middle school will continue to decline. Therefore, our ability to do what we're doing now will diminish even more over time. So from a programmatic teaching and learning point of view, that's concerning because we want to be able to offer a robust program for our middle school students.
I have one more question and then a comment and then I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So my final question is, it seems to be that there are some inconsistencies or some fear that has developed over the course of the last couple of weeks, right? And it's natural, right? Like this is what is happening to our kids. And I completely understand the natural reaction of being fearful of what might happen to your particular student and your particular school, your family, because the school's become quite a family. But I think that there's been some inconsistencies that have blossomed into that fear. So my question is from the questions you've received so far, are there any other inconsistencies that you have heard either tonight or in the past couple of weeks that you have not been asked, but you feel very strongly needs to be addressed?
I think that one is the timeline, which I think we've addressed tonight. what to do with Taft. I think that one thing that really is important to understand, and I think Board Member Tapia Romero pointed out at the beginning, is that even myself, my evaluation is dependent on student outcomes. And I think it needs to be understood that we would never make a decision that we believed was going to lead to a road that is not connected to student outcomes. And I do think it's a very hard decision, but I have family who have worked at Taft. I understand the importance of the history of Taft and the personal connections to Taft. But I also know that a hollowed out Taft is not in the best interest of any of our students. And that is what concerns me. I know that we have students at a school that doesn't have space, and that concerns me. And I know that we have a population of newcomer refugee that have been crying for support and need a space to be able to thrive and learn just like all of our other students. So I really see this as a comprehensive package that it's, as I have admitted, we have missteps from not telling the elementary schools at an appropriate time. But I also feel that we have a lot of time ahead of us to be able to work with families during the transition. And I believe that a hollowed out staff or Taft with low staff and 150 students is not viable. If every Dr. Gonzalez talked about, we've looked at the demographics and the shift of the neighborhoods. If every student, we have a high percent of students from Alvarado that do not go to Taft. That is true. But even if every student in the Taft current boundary, every single one didn't transfer out and went to Taft, it would not have enough students to be viable. So this isn't an issue of transfers out don't help, but it's not sustainable with the current demographics and the projection that we see at Taft, and it isn't a good educational opportunity for students. And I think that the big hole we saw, which I thank the community for reiterating to us, is that Los Ranchos and Alvarado have a dual language strand at their school for 5th grade, and they do not have a 6th grade dual languages, and that is a concern. And so I think that by opening up 6th grade at the Taft campus to allow for the dual language students, I think that that is needed because that's another hole that we have in our programming. Valley does have dual language, so for students to continue on our goal for goal 3, they do need to be in that pathway to be able to go to Valley and graduate with the bilingual seal.
Thank you. Anybody? No? Okay. So I just want to acknowledge, like others have done, Dr. Blakey and your team. It is a hard thing to admit when you've made a mistake. And I really have to commend you on your transparency and your willingness to hold yourself accountable and to do it publicly. That's very hard to do. And it's a welcome change from what I have seen. So I appreciate you admitting that. I appreciate you admitting that yeah, we probably should have done a little bit better, but you admitted it. And I think what it could have been very easy to do was for you to shirk your duty and to say, oh, well, okay, throw my hands up in the air and well, guess we messed that one up and let's put our head back in the sand and move on. You did not do that. And so I appreciate you holding yourselves accountable for that. This this is really what, to me, is in the best interest of our students. And this has been a 2-year-long discussion. It really has. We have been prepared. We were given the opportunity to have small group discussions with both of you. We had the opportunity to ask questions. We've been prepared. I feel prepared. I knew what was coming. So I appreciate that as well. And again, I think that that is also a shift that is new. And so again, I appreciate your leadership on that. And I'll just end with that I do think that this is in the best in interest of our students. And I think this is what will benefit them the most. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Jackson. We are ready to move on to Member Benavides. I do, however, want to acknowledge that we are approaching the 3-hour-ish mark. And so, Member Benavides, I would want to propose that we take a short recess break. But I want to know, do you want to go first, questions, and then we do a break before me, or break and then before you? Or I don't have to put it on you. I can put it on the whole board. Do people need to take a break?
People might want to take a break and have reasons for that, so I don't want to stand in the way of it.
Okay, we will be fully reinvigorated when we come back. So we're going to do a short recess for a break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So that would be around 8:05-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, I see them taking. So this, I've been taking a random tally.
Maybe I don't know how something to do with the cloud and the sunrise, it goes to space. And all these
We can ask people to please take their seats. And Mr. Gonzalez, if you could just let us know when we're ready to resume.
Madam President, we are back live.
Thank you. We will turn now to Member Benavides for your questions.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Okay, so bear with me. So my first question, which was already answered, but I do want to review it. So how does the establishment of the International High School fit in with the TAF right-sizing effort? And I agree that the school should be expanded into a state-of-the-art facility. I want to say that. And so the answer is it will go into the current Coronado facility. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My next question, which has sort of been answered, and I will review what I have written here. When did the internal discussions about this right sizing effort begin, and when was the decision made? And so based on answers from Superintendent Blakey and President Gonzalez, Superintendent Blakey stated that she had been speaking with the Los Ranchos mayor as long as 2 years ago, and President Gonzalez had been speaking with stakeholders, I believe, in Los Ranchos, you can correct me if I'm wrong, throughout 2022. So as early as 2022. So when did the internal discussions begin? Do you all have a date?
Superintendent Blakey, Board Chair, Board Member Benavides. As you know, the right sizing initiative started in 2013. The variables and the assessment matrix was created about 2015. And so we have known for almost a decade the schools that are at risk because of the various variables, enrollment, investment, student capacity versus enrollment, all those things, and we continue to run them through the variables. So we've known for a long time, but as the superintendent alluded to, it's not just a matter of, okay, here are the schools that are at risk, let's close them. There has to be a very kind of thoughtful and technical and academic way of looking at what are the decisions and how do they reverberate down the whole district and how we do things long term.
Thank you for that. And so understanding that this has been in discussion for about a decade and understanding that there is a real need, when would you say the decision for TAF was made?
I would say, Board Member Benavides, that the decision for Taft was made in 2022. When did La Luz?
2023.
2020. So I think in 2022 was when the decision for Taft was made. The question began what to do with the facility. So I think the decision that Taft was on the right sizing list and did need to be repurposed, but the decision of what to do with it, I think, was solidified early this fall. The idea of Coronado has gone through different iterations over the past year, I think.
Yes, and even before that,
And
we've even known board member Dr. Blakey. We've, as you know, Coronado is on less than an acre. And in the past, we've looked at options of even putting a second story, then options of putting in 3 extra classrooms, but we balked when we came up with a design and a bid to put in extra classrooms, and it came in at $1,000 a square foot. just because of how tight and hard the spot was. And so, given that we have schools that need to be repurposed, it wasn't an economically viable decision.
I think what solidified the comprehensive plan of the 3 schools, because then the question becomes what to do with Coronado, was in the fall. I'm looking at Dr. Gonzalez, or maybe Ms. Jett knows, or maybe Mr. Baca. We received the grant for the international school. So that gave us the green light to be able to move on the concept of the school that had been discussed, but we had the financial support to be able to move forward on the international school. And I believe that was in September of this year. And that was what kind of pushed it forward to then have a meeting with the board to talk about what the whole plan would look like in small groups and begin the conversation of moving forward with the plan once we had the opportunity to open up the international school.
Okay, thank you. Do you mind if I continue?
Absolutely, go ahead.
And so this is, I'm sort of going to call on my fellow new board members, Board Member Astorga and Board Member Tom Warito, but do you, because I do not recall during our onboarding when we were elected a year ago, or immediately thereafter, being informed of this effort. We were informed of many different things, and understandably, we were in the middle of a superintendent search, which took up a lot of our time. But do you remember at all ever being informed of this, which is a huge effort? It's a huge project.
No.
Board Member Astorga?
I was aware because I had been involved in other communications when Duranes was closing and community involvement in that way. So I was aware in different ways, not on the onboarding. So you're correct there.
Well, okay, so onboarding is specific, but you were aware of this through other channels. Okay. So I was not made aware of this until I was invited to a meeting on Zoom, or that was going to be on Zoom on October 31st. I was not aware of this effort. And that meeting was very well done. I appreciate the effort that was put in by the administration to do this for us. It was quite long, but it was one meeting. And after I believe during the meeting, and Board Member Dominguez and Tom Warito can refresh my recollection, but I do believe we asked for materials to be sent to us so we could review them. And I don't think that's happened. And I searched my emails and I don't recall receiving anything. And it never came up again. So imagine my surprise when I come to the meeting on December 4th and the community is here, and thank goodness they are. Thank you for letting us know, because I did not know this was going to be on the agenda. I didn't know that we were going to be voting on this so soon after having that meeting. And I feel very uninformed as a board member, and I will take accountability for that. I need to ask more questions. But not knowing that this was coming and finding in a whole year goes by, and this is not a new idea. It's a project that's been ongoing for many, many years. Not knowing that this is going to happen, learning about it on October 31st, and then being blindsided to have to make a decision so quickly, it feels very irresponsible. And I'm curious as to how my fellow new board members feel about if they felt like they were informed. And I'm glad that you felt fully informed, Board Member Jackson, because I sure don't. And again, thank you to the community for letting us know that this was coming. And so if any of the new board members would like to dispute in what I've said, and if you had access to this information, good for you, because I sure didn't.
President Gonzalez, can I just add to this a little bit? Just some
Let's
context.
let Member Tom Warito respond because she was leaning in, and then we'll turn
Yes,
to you.
you got it.
Thank you. Well, the other thing that's very alarming and not knowing is that this process is also going to take place in my district. And that was one thing I reiterated in knowing that when those community meetings were going to start, especially concerning Taylor, Seven Bar, and James Monroe. I was asked to be apprised, and we were all asking to be apprised of these community meetings. And it's alarming that I don't know when we're going to start on James Monroe and Seven Bar and Taylor, and I still don't know. How do I inform my community? Do I have to wait for just as we heard here, for my community to come to me and tell me, oh, this is what's going on? I think it's really hard to understand that we are forgetting. Well, let me rephrase this. And this is one thing my mother has always told me, and especially through my work and advocating for children. She has always said, you will never reach the children until you reach their parents. And I believe that strongly. And if we're not engaging the community and the adults and the stakeholders, I don't know how we expect to change and fulfill these goals that we have set for these children. So I'm hoping as we move forward, and as a board member who's been on here for a year, that we are more informed. Because it's one of these things when you're surprised and you sit and you get feedback from the community members and you have no idea. And I feel sort of bad to represent APS and not even know what's going on. I like to be more informed. And I would hope that as we move forward and as the community is strongly stating, that we start listening. We need to start listening. I've been involved in this district for almost 20 years. And there have been various issues that I've come to the table and sat where those community members are sitting and offered up changes that needed to occur with other communities. And those communities were never heard also. So let's change this. And I hope with not only the new board members here, I hope that everyone here really understands this thing has to shift. It's time to start getting real with people, with our students, and the message we're portraying.
So Member Tomorito,
Thank you.
The question was whether you were
Yes.
aware, and
That's it.
yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, great. Member Tapia Romero.
Thank you. I personally feel, I don't think we're giving Superintendent Blakey the credit she deserves for the communication that she was very intentional about in communicating with the board. Specifically in regards to her 90-day plan that she introduced to all 7 of us when she became a superintendent. When you dive into that 90-day plan, it is very clear that it talks about what schools will be impacted by right sizing. So to say that no one or the entire board was not informed, that's not correct. I believe it's important that we talk about the intentionality behind it, that she did her best to communicate with that. And I hate to be so blunt, but just because you didn't read it does not mean it wasn't there. And it's very important that we ensure that Dr. Blakey is communicating the way she's supposed to. The information also went out on previous agendas and information that we were going to be voting on. So I can't agree when we say that we were blindsided and we didn't know what was coming out for us to be voting on. So I won't sit here silently and let everybody get thrown under the bus when we were fully vetted and given the information we needed to make the proper decisions here. How you decided to interpret that is on you, but Dr. Blakey, I'm going to look at you. Like, I feel like you gave us all the information we needed to. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for ensuring that you will always do what's best for students and that student outcomes will always be at the top of your priorities. And knowing how many schools will be impacted here, it's not just one. I really feel like you made the best decision. It's not an easy one, but you did the best you could. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Tapia Romero. And considering Member Benavides posed the question to the board, so there's opportunity for the board to respond. Did you have other questions for the administration?
I want to be very clear about the fact that I did not say that the entire board was not informed. I was speaking on behalf of being a new member and asking the other new members. I also want to be clear that whether or not it's in a strategic plan, which it is, thank you. This should have been an ongoing conversation the entire year. There's a big difference in putting it in a plan and bringing it up at meetings, letting us know this is happening, giving us stages of the project. Communication is important, obviously. So I want to be real clear about that. Thank you for what you have done. I do appreciate it. And I'm not being insulting. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I hope it doesn't come off that way. What I'm saying is, as a new board member, I don't feel like I was fully informed. There was a lot of time for us to have these conversations. I'm taking responsibility for the research I need to do on my own. But am I supposed to pull things out of thin air and just start researching them? I mean, I'm going to from now on, but I'm going to go down the list. This might be happening. I should research it. This might be happening. We don't have time for that. We rely on people to inform us of the things we need to be informed of. This is important.
Thank you. Did you have any additional questions?
I do not, and thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to acknowledge that Member Tomorito put a question on the table, I think, related to James Monroe, which I'm not sure what that is related to. Was that something you wanted an answer from the administration?
They know what we're talking about.
Okay, so you know what we're talking about. So can you respond to that?
Absolutely. Madam President, Board Member Tomorito. So we've had some discussions through our right sizing committee and kind of moving forward at looking at additional northwest boundary adjustments as well as southwest boundary adjustments. And at this point, those have not been brought forward to the superintendent for approval yet.
Okay. Thank you.
And to clarify, when you say boundary adjustments, can you just say more what that means?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chairman. So that's just looking at balancing some of our balancing our schools. So looking at areas within our different regions of our city, looking at capacity numbers, and then looking at our actual numbers that we have of students attending, but also students that are zoned for those schools. And it's just looking at neighborhoods. There's a whole process that goes along with that, and looking at keeping neighborhoods together, looking at transportation as we move forward with that. And so those will be continued discussions through the right sizing process and then taken through the process as well.
Thank you. Dr. Blakey, anything else on that one?
No, James Monroe and Seven Bar are not on the proposal that are in front of you. It's not ready for that type of.
Just correction, I did receive from a community member who asked me to vote for that, so I don't know what the community knows. Yeah, the community's talking about it, so.
There's nothing on an agenda about Seven Bar or James Monroe.
Well, great, thank you. So we'll go ahead and continue.
I'm confused, so I'm trying to remember the conversation at the end of October. So currently, Seven Bar students are scheduled to attend which school?
Madam Chairman, Board Member Dominguez, so they're scheduled to continue to stay with Taylor.
Okay, and about how many?
There's about 250, 200 of them.
200 from
Seven Bar. They feed into Taylor, and then they go back to Cibola High School. In the split feeder, if you look at your split feeder map, you will see it.
Okay, I don't have that area with me. I only have District 3, but I'll look. So it's 200 total mid-school.
So I just wanted to acknowledge, per open meetings, we don't have anything related to James Monroe on our agenda. So I wanted to be careful about what we discuss. I think we were trying to clarify the relationship between boundaries and right sizing or closing of buildings. Is there anything else related to that
The cleanup of the southwest and northwest boundaries are part of a bigger right sizing picture. And those are not ready for community or board at this time. They're still being worked on.
Thank you. So we will go ahead and move on. Member Dominguez, I'm sorry, Member Benavides, you were done with your questions.
Yep.
Great, thank you. And so that leaves me, and I just wanted to state per our governance manual, the vice president will preside during board member discussions or debates when the president is actively engaged. That's 4B. So I'm going to go ahead and hand the gavel over to Vice President Tom Warito to ensure order if needed, and proceed with my questions. And being the last person, many of them have already been asked and answered, so I hope it'll be pretty quick. So I did have a question around if every single student in the boundary for Taft attended Taft, would it still be viable? And I think you answered that.
No, it would not.
Okay. Also wanted to acknowledge that we've heard from Alvarado over the last month, parents from Alvarado, and how you're addressing their concerns. So I just want to summarize. You've added a dual language pathway. You've begun the process to begin a traffic study. You have began the conversation around super stops. You are beginning to institute quarterly meetings with the Village of Los Ranchos. You are committed to extending and continuing to grow and invest in the STEM program at Garfield Middle School. You're allowing the Alvarado Elementary School to look into an agricultural theme, and yeah, okay, so also, so providing students with multiple opportunities for middle school. Is there anything else in response to the feedback that we've heard from the community?
No, I think that covers it. I know Dr. Gonzalez has talked to the principal about the work at Alvarado. And in addition, families are also given priority to any middle school to keep them in the pathway for Valley. That's why we have opened up the 3 different options, but they have priority transfer to any middle school that they choose. And the families that have so far filled out where they'd like to go, the majority of them have requested Taylor, but we do have families that have requested schools from outside. And one clarification for it, because Alvarado does have some transfer students that don't live in the boundary. And at the last parent meeting that we had, I think it was last week, we did let them know that if they're a transfer, for example, from Cochiti to Alvarado, that they will be given the transfer priority for being a feeder to Taft because they were at Taft as a 5th grader. And so we did want to clarify that as we clean up the procedural directive on transfers, it does include families who have transferred into Alvarado who wish to transfer to Coronado for 6th grade, Garfield, or Taylor.
So students who are currently in a dual language program at 5th grade can go into dual language for 6th grade.
Even if they do not live in the current Taft, yes, if they attend Alvarado as a transfer, but they do not live in the boundary, they will have the same transfer rights as all the other students who are attending Alvarado as a neighborhood school. Okay.
Madam President, if I may just add one nuance to that, is the affected students currently at Taft Middle School will receive a priority transfer to any middle school within the district, should they wish to pursue that.
Thank you. So students who are affected at Taft would receive a priority transfer to any middle school in APS.
Correct.
Thank you. So we heard concerns related to the Village of Los Ranchos specifically, or primarily related to traffic. Also heard some statements that there have not been formal meetings, only I think backdoor discussions with the Village of Los Ranchos. I wanted to, I think Mr. Huck is probably for you, understand more about the meetings that took place in July, and maybe Dr. Blakey as well, so if you could just sort of walk through, I believe there was a meeting with the traffic administrator, I don't know the name of that person's role in Los Ranchos, about some of these concerns, and the district responded immediately and changed something related to Taft. Can you walk us through sort of what happened there?
Absolutely. So, Madam President, and I may ask Dr. Blakey to help me out. So as I was coming on board here, joining APS, my understanding in talking to the team is our Blues team, so that that is our bus loading and unloading zone safety team, had been meeting over our current traffic pattern, both on-site as well as off-site at Taft Middle School. And so if you look at if you look here at the photo on the south side, on the bottom end, there was an additional drop-off area that I believe is being used for buses. And that was added in August of 24 to address that. I don't have specifics as to any more specifics as to what conversations were had during those meetings, but I know that was a result of some prior meetings too.
Thank you. I'm just trying to situate myself. So Schulte is on, thank you.
So this is the north end here. I believe this is Schulte. I believe this is Guadalupe.
Oh,
right
now I
here.
see it.
And
Okay.
so this would be the south side. So this is the drop off location that I'm talking.
And then so 4th Street would be past the field to our right. Okay, thank you. So essentially the question was, there was a formal meeting with the village, the traffic concerns were raised. The district responded by adding a drop-off spot at Taft to redirect traffic from the village roads onto the campus.
Yes, ma'am. That is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. I also heard a claim that there has not been any community engagement. And I know often we resort to hyperbole in moments of high emotion. So we know that it's not true that there has not been any community engagement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also mentioned that Taft was notified via a letter from Principal Lovato, the former principal. You said in 2021?
January of 2023.
23. And there was some comment around there not being advisors or advisory work. Superintendent Blakey, since you came in, you established, I know there was a student advisory commission already. You established a business advisory, and then there was one more.
Parent advisory committee, there's a business advisory committee, a student advisory committee, a teacher advisory committee, and a principal advisory committee.
Okay, so parent, student, business, teacher, and principal, all to give you feedback. Okay. Also then related to Guardrail 1, which states the superintendent will not allow the district to operate with inequitable distribution of school and community wraparound services. So if we think about distribution of resources, distribution of services, that could include staff, capital, buildings, et cetera. Do you think the proposed change violates the guardrail?
No, in fact, it's the opposite because we're able to provide more equitable distribution of resources. If you recall the work of ERS, that was, I believe, last year, I'm looking at Chair Tapia Romero because I know the Finance Committee took a big load of this on. When ERS did the report on looking at how we budget, a lot of their reference was to some of our schools that are too small, and it's not allowing us to really distribute resources and wraparound services in an equitable way. And so part of the work of right sizing is addressing Guardrail 1 by making sure that we're able to do that by the way that we're able to provide wraparound services to students when we're able to have more sustainable and viable schools.
Okay, thank you. One thing that came up in the Village of Los Ranchos Board of Trustees meeting last night and is included in the letter from the village is related to the APS budget. So there was a claim that APS budget is growing while student population is declining. Thus, the district must have lots and lots of money to be able to run these schools. So I'm wondering if you could just clarify for me and for the public how that actually works. So there's a pot of money for students and operations. There's separate money for facilities. How much of the money is tied up, so to speak? Can you give some clarity around this sort of question or contention around the district hiding how much money we actually do have available?
Yes, Board President Gonzalez, members of the board, our budget is decided by the state. And if you recall in the past 4 to 5 years, we have had significant raises in teachers and employees, which is great. But in order to fund that, the budget gets bigger, but it goes to pay the salaries of the staff with the raises that are provided through the SCG for our students based on our student enrollment. So one of the reasons that you'll see an increase is because of the increase in salaries. You also, I wasn't privy to see the document that was handed out, but it could have also had the ESSER funds. So if you recall, in the past 4 years, we have had a large amount of ESSER funds, of federal funding. And that if that money was included in the document, you'll know from the work that we've done through the board and the budget that the ESSER funds look like it has inflated the budget, that this year when we present the budget beginning in January, you'll see that it looks like it drops significantly. Coupled with that, we also have capital dollars that is used on buildings, which is separate than operational dollars. The money that comes through the budget for operation can only be used on operational costs, which is 90% salaries for staff. The capital costs are what we can use for the facilities, for upgrading facilities, for maintaining facilities. And those capital dollars, I think Mr. Wajinje can speak more to it, but we have a $7 billion deficit in our buildings, in how much money we need to be able to meet the standard of what we would like to do with our school buildings. So the interesting thing about the money is that the LFC, actually the Legislative Finance Committee, in, I believe, 2022, under the previous superintendent, did a review of the Albuquerque Public Schools budget and cited the need for right sizing because of the amount of schools we had compared to the amount of students in the declining enrollment. And so I think that that report from the Legislative Finance Committee was also what speared the push of the board to move more quickly on right sizing because of what was seen by the Legislative Finance Committee, reiterated by the study that ERS did. Mr. Wajinje, do you want to talk any more about the amount of money needed for capital dollars?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Board President and members of the board. I'll just add briefly that 95% of the capital money comes from local property taxes, which come in the form of school bonds and school mill levies. And we strive to keep the tax rate flat. If you go look at our taxation capacity, it looks like we're only at like 60% capacity. Like we could go up in terms of 40%, but you have to remember there's 14 other entities within our district that are taxing the same taxpayer: the city, the county, CNM, the drainage ditches, you name it. And so by us raising the taxes will be an unfair burden to our taxpayers. We tried that once before, we were roundly defeated. And so we try to make do with our current tax rate. And in the future, and this is not part of this, there's construction inflation. We have 16,000 square feet of built environment on 1,200 square miles, of which 40% is 60 years or older. And so we have to pick and choose and prioritize what we do, but at the same time maintain equity and yoke this to student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. Sticking with there's not been community engagement. I think it's clear there has been community engagement. Perhaps the community engagement hasn't been with every single member of the community. I did want to acknowledge some of the meetings that have taken place. So when Member Dominguez was saying that there hasn't been any community engagement, I went to my email and social media to try to find some dates. And so some things that I found was February 8th, there was a presentation to the North Valley Neighborhood Association that Dr. Blakey gave in her capacity as Chief Operations Officer. It was February. On April 16th, there was a presentation that I gave to another neighborhood association. On the 26th of April, the Near North Valley Neighborhood Association had their annual meeting, and I gave a presentation to them, responding to some of the questions that they had from the previous. And then also on May 9th, there was a community conversation that I hosted in the district as well. And so all of that was made public and open and promoted through the neighborhood association. So there has been a variety of conversation happening throughout the district. Again, maybe not with every single member of the community, but it's been happening. Why can't you just sell Taft?
So that is an option that we have looked at. Selling property is very complicated, as you may be aware. There's also a state law that if we dispose of any property in the district or we have it empty, that it goes first to a charter school. So it wouldn't be just, it's not like selling your house where you just put it up for sale or give it to another entity. Any property from the district that we would dispose of goes first to charter schools. And that is a law that I believe passed last. Go ahead.
Superintendent, yes, it has to go through the State Board of Finance to be approved. And it's a law that passed, I think, in 2019 or 2020. And this is because of the 50 or so charter schools in our district. Maybe only about a dozen or so in public buildings.
Thank you. So I've also heard a question from the community that Taft is situated in the village of Los Ranchos. So why can't we just give the Taft building to the village and let them decide what to do with it?
It's similar to the same answer as before. Mr. Wajinji, do you want to explain more how our property works?
Yes. So Taft may physically reside in the village of Los Ranchos, but the Taft attendance area is much larger than the village of Los Ranchos. So it's not just a Los Ranchos issue, it's a wider area issue. And the issue about selling property, it's one of those things. The Board of Education and previous boards to this did a really good job in acquiring land way ahead of time to put in schools, and you continue to do that. And over different periods, and I've worked here for over 20 years, we've had institutions, we've had private entities come in and tell us, you have this school in a prime area, or why can't you do this or that with a school? We are a service agency that's supposed to provide education, and I do not think our primary immediate role is to kind of serve one entity and just turn over what is supposed, what taxpayers used for educational purposes, if it can be plowed into that. Thank you.
I think coupled with that too is we do have needs in different populations of growth, such as Coronado, and finding space for the international school. And we are not in a place where we would have the ability to just build a new school. And so looking at how we reuse facilities to dispose of property when we know that we need it in other ways wouldn't be, I think, responsible on our side, because there are facilities that we still need use for, but we are not in a position where we would be able to build a brand new school.
Thank you. So Coronado was a colonizer, a conquistador, arguably not a good person. Is there potential to change the name Coronado to something else? And can you walk us through the process for a school name change?
So I see the principal in the audience of Coronado, but I won't make her answer the name change question. But Mr. Wajinji, I think, could answer how we do name changes for schools.
We have a board, and we have a board and an administrative rule about how we do name changes. They just, the short of it is that they come from the community. It's provided for the community in conjunction with the administration, and then brought before the Board of Education for ratification. And there's a whole process for going about that. The only caveat is that you can't name it after a person who is still alive.
So to clarify, just so I understand, once it has been determined that a name will be changed, it goes to the community for them to determine the name, to have input and help determine the name. That's what you're saying?
The school, the community actually generates the desire to change the name. And then they go through the process that we have outlined in the procedural directive to decide on if they are going to change a name and what the name would change to. And a few of our schools have looked at that in the past.
So you referred to the Coronado principle. So is there a process already in motion to potentially change the name? I'm sorry, you would have to come up to the mic just for the Zoom, or I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. I'm prepared. So when I became the principal of Coronado, parents, PTA did come to me and propose the idea of changing the name. I said I would support them. So they started it and we attended meetings. But yes, it has to be, the majority of the parents have to be in agreement, and that didn't happen. And then they will have to also survey the teachers. I believe I still have those surveys. And also the majority of the teachers were not on board. So again, I will support what my community, what our community wants. And we started the process, but it fell through.
Thank you. And so just as a follow-up, considering now that the Coronado community is expanding and growing, both in terms of population and geographically, is it possible to restart that process again to consider the views of the new community?
Of course, if the PTA, the parents, the community come to me with it again, I will continue to support them. I will support them again. And also I have to survey the teachers as well. I believe that's a process. And of course, I would support them through that process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I just wanted to acknowledge, and that's my questions. And so just wanted to provide a statement and just say that this process of right sizing has been one of the most complex and dynamic that I've had to deal with since I've been on the board in 2022, starting in 2022. And also just acknowledge that there is nothing about this process that feels good. There is nothing that is painless. That said, I think it's important to acknowledge that we as a district do have a shared set of commitments, and they're on the wall. Here, we have our goals and our guardrails, and these are what serve as the North Star for how we as a board agreed that we will be making decisions to ensure that the future, that we are supporting the district to create the future that our students deserve. And so I also wanted to say that even though we are elected by single member districts, we do commit as board members to serving the interests of the entire APS community. And given that in the fall of 2022, we did go out to the community and we did ask the community for their values and their vision, what they want our students to be able to know, what they want our students to be able to do. And we committed to upholding their values and indicating that their values will be protected as we work to accomplish the goals that we've set forth. And so as we transition to a position of a new superintendent, of a $7 billion budget deficit in facilities, acknowledging that it was easy to adopt these priorities and it's a lot harder when it's time to protect them. And so it's a tough decision that we have ahead of us. I also want to acknowledge that I think the connection to the community has strengthened, and there is still work to do. Over the last month and over the last 3 weeks, really, I've had dozens and dozens of conversations. I've had coffees, I've had meetings, I've participated in public meetings, I've participated in smaller meetings. I've had these conversations in the school drop-off line, at the grocery store, in the parking lot, on social media. All of my high school friends blowing up my phone because they all went to Taft. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is also personal for me because it's my district. It's where I grew up. I graduated from North Valley. It's interesting, actually. I mean, I graduated from Valley. Tonight when I was getting ready, I opened up my jewelry box and I found my mom's class ring. So I put it on from Valley High School, class of 1969. And so I have a deep connection, not just to Valley, but to the entire North Valley community. Hearing from my friends in texts over the last couple of weeks, I heard a lot of great memories of Taft and how personal Taft is to the community. I had people sharing about how they learned the electric slide in the Taft cafeteria, how they first learned to pair ranch dressing and pizza in the Taft cafeteria, how they learned to play dodgeball in the cafeteria, and how important this connection is to these people who are now adults. So again, it is very personal. But I also want to acknowledge that it's not fiscally responsible to keep two under-enrolled schools 2 miles apart. And we heard from the district that, again, even if every single child in the boundary that is currently Taft were to enroll, if we could magically make Taft the best magical magnet school in the world, there's still not enough students in that area. The birth rate has declined. The students don't exist. And so it is with that contention that I think we really need to make these decisions with students at the center. And I think it's become clear that this proposal actually provides opportunities for more students to gain services. More students, now that they will combine Taft and Taylor, will have access to counselors, to nurses, to social workers, to behavioral specialists, to a variety of different resources, which upholds Guardrail 1 as a result of this consolidation. We also know that more students in Albuquerque will benefit from dual language programming, both because of the Coronado expansion and because of the decision to make that Coronado campus available to all students currently in dual language feeder programs. And so that is a win for the North Valley. And we also know that more students are going to have the opportunity to learn in higher quality facilities that have updated HVAC, which we know has been a priority of the community. Facilities that have updated security systems, facilities that have updated technology, spaces, sidewalks, all of those things that North Valley kids will be able to have. And I also, I think it's important to acknowledge, I think there was a question about the relationship between the international school and the Taft consolidation. And I think the proposal that's in front of us does give us an opportunity to hold true to our commitments around equity, which is Guardrail 2. By giving us an opportunity to address historic inequities. We heard from our refugee families about how they have been treated in our schools, how they've experienced our schools. And it's tragic, and we have an opportunity to make that better for them. I wish that we had more of an opportunity to hear from our immigrant and refugee and newcomer families, but as we heard, they were crowded out of the public comment. But I just want to be really clear that we have failed serving them. And I appreciate the leadership of the district to acknowledge that and to take a new stance and to make a hard decision. to prioritize the needs of these students and families who are coming to America with a dream of something better. And so it's with that commitment to equity, that commitment to my community, that commitment to what's best for the most number of students that I think this proposal is the right decision. And I just want to thank the community for speaking up. I think the fact that the community feels safe and empowered to share their feedback so openly is truly a gift. And I do value that commitment and the communication, and it will continue. And so that is all I have to say. And so I will turn to see if there's any additional questions or a motion and a second to consider the issue on the table.
I will move to approve to reassign the North Valley attendance areas due to the repurposing of Taft Middle School into a dual language magnet K-8 school. This is Board Member Jackson.
Thank you. We have a motion from Member Jackson. Is there a second?
This is Board Member Tapia Romero. I will second.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? All right, Dr. Albright, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yanela Storga,
Yes, on the conditions that we fulfill community engagement and make sure that they're involved every step of the way and that we're doing what's right for the students.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
No.
Heather Benavides,
Not violating some guardrails doesn't give us the right to violate others. No.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Quiero oír de las familias mexicanas hispanohablantes en el Valle. No.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Daniel Gonzalez.
Yes. So the motion carries, and our next item on the agenda is to consider approval to move. Have order, please. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item 6.3, which is to consider approval to repurpose Taft Middle School as Coronado Dual Language K-8 Magnet School.
It gets very, sorry, Board President, for clarification, the motions get a little confusing, so bear with us as I go through each one. The first one was for the actual boundaries. The second one is
to actually
is
repurpose.
to actually repurpose, and that's the application that we have to send to the state of creating a new school. So you'll see those
Yeah.
throughout the.
So thank you for the clarification. I think we've had sufficient conversation around that, but I do want to open the floor to see if there's any questions around repurposing the building as dual language, K-8 Coronado Magnet. So is there a motion and a second?
This is Board Member Tapia Romero, and I move for approval of to consider the repurpose of Taft Middle School as Coronado Dual Language K-8 Magnet School.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second. This is Board Member Jackson.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yanela Storga,
Yes, with the same conditions that we continue community engagement with the surrounding community.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
No.
Heather Benavides,
No.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
No.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Daniel Gonzalez.
Yes. So the motion carries, and we will move on to our next item, which is to consider approval to move Coronado Dual Language Magnet School and expand it to a K-8 school. Again, considering the conversation we've had, can we have a motion and a second?
This is Board Member Tapia Romero. I move for approval to move Coronado Dual Language Magnet School and expand it to a K-8 school.
Is there a second?
I will second. This is Board Member Jackson.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yanela Storga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomorito,
No.
Heather Benavides,
No.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
No.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
and Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes, and so the motion carries, and we will move on to our next agenda item, which is 6.5, to consider approval of the establishment of the International High School within Albuquerque Public Schools. Can we have a motion and a second?
I move to approve for the establishment of the International High School within Albuquerque Public Schools. This is Board Member Jackson.
This is Member Tapia Romero. I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion or question? All right, Dr. Albright, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Morito,
No.
Heather Benavides,
I want to be clear, my no vote isn't against the school, it's against the conditions.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
My no vote is against pitting, insidiously pitting one high need group against another.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes, and so that motion carries, and we will move on to agenda item 6.6, which is to consider approval of amendments to sections 4I, 4J, and 4K of the APS Board of Education Governance Manual. And we will allow time for some folks to transition in the room, particularly our speakers. Thank you for your presentations and for your work. And our presenter for this next agenda item is Jessica Martinez, our policy analyst, and Johanna King, Chief of Staff. So I know these materials were presented to us along with the amendments. And so the board has had an opportunity to review, has had an opportunity to ask questions. And so I don't know if you have an introduction or anything you want to say or not to provide additional context.
Just very quickly.
You look
Madam
ready.
President, board members, and Dr. Blakey. The policy committee did approve these changes. They're to section 4I, 4J, and 4K of the Board of Education's governance manual. And then, so we are presenting them to you tonight to consider and possibly adopt. And policy analyst Martinez is here in case you want to make additional changes or if you have questions.
Thank you. I will open it up to the floor. Member Jackson.
I would like to put forth a motion to postpone to a later defined time, that later defined time being this Friday. A motion to postpone until this Friday because on Friday, well, sorry, that's my motion and I'll discuss it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second. This is Board Member Astorga.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to postpone the discussion of the amendments to sections 4I, 4J, and 4K of the APS Board of Education manual until Friday, December 20th, when there is scheduled a board meeting to discuss the governance manual. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Member Jackson.
So, well, I guess if there's no questions, I want to postpone it because we're going to be discussing the governance manual on Friday in totality, and it just seems to make more sense to discuss the entire document in full instead of piecemeal leading up to that. So, plus it's getting late.
Great, thank you. We have a motion on the table to postpone, a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Ronaldo Morito,
Yes.
Heather Benavides,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes, and so that motion carries, and this agenda item will be moved to our December 20th. Well, it's already on the December 20th agenda. So thank you for your presentation. We will move on now to discussion items. We are on agenda item 7.1, which is a presentation on strategic initiatives for special education. For this item, our presenters are Dr. Gabriela Blakey, our superintendent, Dr. Antonio Gonzalez, deputy superintendent for leadership and learning, Sherry Jett, chief academic officer, and TC Reiser, assistant superintendent for special education. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Tonight marks the first in a series of regular updates that are designed to inform the board about our ongoing efforts to improve our student outcomes. We are committed to keeping the board fully informed on how our strategic plan developed to ensure that we are taking steps to meet the board's goals while respecting the guardrails, is being brought to life through targeted initiatives. This presentation will focus on our special education efforts and the progress we are making to ensure that the strategic plan is not just a document, but it's a framework for meaningful action. Mr. Gonzalez, can you put up the presentation? Oh, thank you. And slide 2, please. So before each update reaches the board, it is reviewed by the Project Management Oversight Committee, what we call the PMOC. The PMOC is made up of district leaders, and I have added school principals to meet monthly to oversee the implementation of the strategic plan. I began this PMOC so that we can make sure that the work of the strategic plan is in reality in the schools. And that is why I've asked school principals to join us on this committee. The role of the PMOC is to ensure that we stay on track to meet our goals, that we are monitoring progress, addressing any obstacles, and ensuring alignment with our strategic priorities. By providing this ongoing oversight and guidance, the PMOC plays a key role in supporting the success of the plan and driving continuous improvement across our schools. As you know, our goals and guardrails are the central of everything that we do for our students every day. And all of our initiatives are aligned with these goals: improving reading and math, increasing post-secondary readiness, and developing the skills, habits, and mindsets for life success. Every presentation that you see as part of the PMOC will demonstrate to you how we are advancing in these goals. In addition to the goals and guardrails, we will consistently reference our strategic priorities: mobilizing staff around a clear plan, supporting rigorous, culturally relevant instruction, cultivating safe, engaging learning environments, and establishing clear systems for resources and support. These priorities of our strategic plan guide all of our efforts and our initiatives. As mentioned, tonight's focus is on our special education initiatives, which are essential to achieving our broader strategic goals. The special education team has identified several key initiatives within the strategic plan, and we will focus on 3 tonight. Align and refine the special education department process review, organize and deliver an enhanced continuum of services. These initiatives are designed to strengthen support and services for students with disabilities and align with the district's overall goals. I will turn this over to TC Reiser, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Special Education, and she will walk you through these initiatives, share an update on the progress, and discuss the challenges we are working to address through this strategic plan.
Thank you, Superintendent Blakey. Board President Gonzalez, Superintendent Blakey, and members of the board. Tonight, I will be presenting on 3 initiatives within the Special Education Department Strategic Plan. It is important to start with the simple question of what is the problem we are trying to solve. We are focusing on solving the problem of low proficiency rates in reading and math for our students with disabilities and the significant achievement gap that exists for this group of students. We recognize the need for high expectations and accountability, along with a clear plan of action, and we recognize the need for students with disabilities to be engaged through robust standards and we need to meet the individual needs of students. So tonight we're going to review 3 strategic plan initiatives designed to help solve the problem of low proficiency rates for students with disabilities in the areas of reading and math. We will cover restructuring the special education department, improving the quality of services, and clarifying our support options. This work is in close collaboration with Dr. Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent for Leadership and Learning, and my direct supervisor, Sherry Jett, our Chief Academic Officer. The first strategic initiative I'm discussing is aligning and refining the special education department. The purpose of this initiative is to address the overlaps gaps, and inefficiencies that were within the department. Initiative 1, refining the department, aligns with priority 1 and clear expectations, and priority 4, responsive and coordinated systems. Focusing on these priorities will align our department work, or has aligned our department work. We've completed this task, and so that we can prioritize the district goals. The department has an updated organizational chart or an updated organizational structure with positions aligning to district goals and strategic priorities. In addition, all members of the Special Education Department leadership team serve on goal teams and cross-departmental teams. This initiative was a priority to complete to ensure seamless execution in supporting the district goals. This next slide shows you our strategic or our organizational chart. The organizational structure now includes 3 interdepartment areas. We have resolution and compliance, which focuses on resolution directly with families before compliance, along with compliance, child find and preschool evaluation, and teaching, learning, and programming. The district goals and strategic priorities are defined for each area of responsibility. The second strategic plan initiative is a process review of the special education department. The review assessed compliance, program effectiveness, resource optimization, and data-driven decision-making. Initiative 2 aligns with strategic priorities 1 and 4, also focusing on department expectations and systems. Aligning these priorities allows our department to focus on the district goals. The first task included was the completion of an external third-party independent review of the special education department, and this task was completed. The review was part of the superintendent's 90-day plan, and the recommendations from that plan form the strategic plan for our department. The focus on this next initiative is creating written guidance for compliance. The department is in the process of creating an IEP manual so that we have consistent processes and district guidelines for all schools. The special education department leadership team is conducting audits of individual education plans, and the audit focus will focus on multiple compliance areas, and we'll use that data to inform training training and improvement practices that are needed at our schools. As part of the initiative, school staffing is regularly reviewed to ensure appropriate staff are allocated for our students with disabilities. And best practice and research supports that whenever possible, students attend their neighborhood schools with their local peers. This is a process we are currently working on. This last initiative I will cover tonight is organizing and delivering an enhanced continuum of services. The purpose of this initiative is to provide a framework for understanding the supports that are available for meeting the needs of students with disabilities. For those individuals listening tonight who may not understand the technical side of the work, I'm going to walk you through a visual of the continuum of services. This is your little lesson. So on your screen is the continuum of services. So the continuum of services shows the supports available to students from the least restrictive setting on the left of the screen, all the way to the most restrictive setting on the right of the visual. The least restrictive environment for students is in the general education classroom. So you see that we start on the left with general education. So that's general education. That's for all of our students without individual education plans. That next level on the continuum is that all of the students' instruction, and the instruction is usually looked at by area, like ELA, math, science, social studies, each separately. But all of the instruction for an area of learning is completed in the general education classroom with accommodations and modifications. Then you move over one in the continuum. Still, the student is sitting in, a student with disabilities is sitting in a general ed classroom, receiving all of their instruction for an area of instruction. And they have a special ed teacher, I'm trying to read mine, a specialized instruction, so the teacher pushing into that general ed classroom to provide support. The next level of service is also in the general ed classroom. So the majority of a student's instruction for any content area would be in the general ed classroom, but then the special ed teacher the special ed teacher would support the student with their specific goals in a special ed setting. The next level on the continuum of service is our self-contained classroom, where the student is receiving all of their services, all of their instruction for a content area in the special ed classroom. The next two boxes on the continuum aren't typically found on a typical school campus, but we have specialized schools. We do have a few of those. And the homeschool or the hospital environment is the most restrictive setting. Okay. So best practice and research support keeping students in the least restrictive environments, which are found on the left. So supporting students as much as possible in that general ed classroom, but always, the decision is always based on a student's individual needs. Okay, so now let's move on to Initiative 3. Initiative 3 aligns directly with our district goals for reading and math. So special education students are positively impacted when they have more access to grade level content and they're typically developing peers. So based on the continuum of service I just reviewed, placements in the least restrictive setting allows students, provides them greater access to their grade level peers. Okay, so within Initiative 3, I have personally provided training to all of our principals, other school staff, and district staff on the continuum of services. That training involved schools looking at data specific to their special education population and student placement. And we will continue as a department to provide training so that staff better understand the continuum of services and the importance of utilizing the least restricted environment to better support students. We are continuing to provide training to all row groups for understanding IDEA and the supports for students. Our curriculum assistants are being trained on the continuum of services and how to schedule to support the students' IEPs. Inclusive practices and strategies and supports inclusive practices are strategies and to support all students in the general ed classroom. So all students, not just students with disabilities. So we currently have provided inclusive practice training to over 75 school teams. Those teams have included the school administrators, general ed, and special ed teachers. And we are focused on providing consistency of language in all of the trainings that we're providing. This final initiative is a collaborative effort between myself and Allison Gobaldone, the Executive Director for Early Childhood. So there's two kinds of preschool classrooms. So this last initiative is all about preschool. We have two kinds of preschool classrooms in Albuquerque Public Schools. So we have New Mexico pre-K programs, which are funded by the New Mexico Pre-K grant through Early Childhood Early Care Development. And we have special education preschool classrooms, which are for students with IEPs or individualized education plans, where the student requires services and supports for more than 5 hours or 300 minutes a week. So those are the two types of preschool classrooms. The focus of our work for all of our preschool classrooms is to increase the inclusive opportunities between the programs to allow the students with disabilities to interact with age-level peers. We're working to expand some of our special education preschool programs to be full-day programs. Most are currently half-day programs compared to New Mexico Pre-K, which are full-day programs. We're doing that so that students can attend the same hours as their New Mexico Pre-K program peers. We are planning some full-day classrooms for the 25-26 school year, and then we plan to increase those over the next few years. In addition, special education preschools are being looked at to be at the same school site so that they can interact together, which is a priority. And then we are also removing the designations of the names from our preschools. They're just either going to be New Mexico Preschool or a special ed preschool to ensure that our students are given all opportunities to interact without a specific program title for our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. board members and Superintendent Blakey, that ends my presentation, and then we will open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reiser. We will go ahead and move to questions, and we can start again on the end. Member Tapia Romero, did you have questions?
So my question is going to be surrounded in your last statement regarding early childhood education. And I guess wanting more of a specific timeline, because there has been some challenges regarding getting full day services. When do we see that being implemented at all of the sites that offer New Mexico pre-K?
Board Member Tapia Romero, I'm presenting a plan along with Allison Gobaldon in January, but we are looking at having full day about 15 to 16 this first year of our special ed preschool programs, and then expanding that over time. We can't make too many full-time, because then you don't have enough staff to cover them. So.
Okay. And does APS still see the continued partnership with community-based programs in terms of some go part day and then they transfer to a community program?
Yes, we are still continuing all of our community-based services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
go ahead.
you. Yes, Member Tomorito.
I have many questions. On page 15, you talked about creating a manual for writing individualized education plans. Doesn't the state already have a manual created?
Member Tomorito, our IEP manual is specific to the program that we use, in which we write our IEPs, which is Synergy. So it'll be very specific to the program that we use. But what we're really focusing on is the compliance guidelines that the state has for auditing districts. And we're ensuring that our manual and our training manual for the teachers that do IEPs can follow the guidelines of the state. So we're using our state guidance.
Because it is a statewide template that you're using for IEPs, is that correct?
No, ma'am, we're using Synergy.
Okay. Another question is, you stated that you're doing training for principals, teachers, and what was the third group?
District staff.
Where do parents come about with the procedural safeguards that's written underneath the IEPs that they get training? Where's that coming in?
Member Tomorito, we train parents through our parent advisory meetings. We put out information about what they're looking for, and we answer questions during parent advisory. And then our department also provides evening parent trainings. We just had one last week on dyslexia.
But what for those who don't attend the parent training meeting or know about getting that training, how are you reaching out to those individuals?
When we have any kind of training, we send out district-wide messaging to all families with students with a disability, so that all families get notified. And we're trying to offer both in-person and virtual to support the needs that are requested. We do have a request right now for how IEP goals are written, specifics about the IEP, and so we're addressing those in 2025.
Because I just want to make mention that based on IDEA and the requirements for procedural safeguards, and to make sure that those are being followed out for parents and that they are getting those needs met, especially when they attend an IEP, that if they don't understand the process, that they get those needs met.
Yes, ma'am. We are training on that as well. That is covered in the IEP. That's part of what we train our staff to do. But we follow up with specific training that is requested from families, whether we hear it directly from a family member, or we hear it from a school, or we hear it from a support agency from the community. So we always follow up with those requests.
Okay, now page 22, when you talk about inclusive practices, I know that there's been issues with inclusiveness and taking kids, and I know I brought this question up to the previous superintendent when we were looking at combining those groups for history and social studies of kids with disabilities back into general ed. And so I have an issue with inclusive practices only because inclusive is not the word used under federal law. So how are you going to sustain and use those practices to help support students in when these kids go to general ed. I have a real issue right now with how we're going to push that through, because I know there's a needs requirement basis that you have to fulfill. And so I need to find out how, with this particular term being used, what does that look like?
Member Tom Morito, the training that we're doing on inclusive practices really is for our general education staff. So
Okay.
it's providing supports and strategies for all students, for our ELLs, for our for our special ed students, for students that are struggling that are in SAT. It's really just how we work with all students in the classroom. So inclusive practices is really just kind of an overall term for supports and strategies for supporting students in the classroom. So that training is primarily for general ed.
Okay. But I'm also hearing that with IEPs that we're looking at pushing some of these kids and exiting out of special education to put them into general ed. So, and using the term inclusive or including them back into general ed. So I'm just wanting to clarify that because that's what I'm hearing.
So our staff have been trained on the continuum of services. And so when you look at the continuum of services, there are different placements based on the continuum of services that a team should consider. So state guidance clearly says that you should have a conversation about what goals are you working towards for the student in that general ed classroom, or why can they not be successful? Like trying to have a student be successful. And then if the student can't be successful, what are we doing to help them like get back into a less restrictive setting? So we're really having to go back to those very basic questions to ensure that we are doing best practices when we're having conversations about the least restrictive environment and how students are placed in classes. There isn't an idea of that we're not pushing inclusion, we're pushing that students are having IEPs based on their individualized needs, and that the entire continuum of services is being considered in that IEP as it should be per IDEA.
Madam President, Member Tom Morito, Superintendent Blakey, if I may.
Sure.
I think one of the things that I recognize in your question is that words matter.
Yes.
And the word inclusion brings an implication, and we're recognize that. And as we roll out professional development, using terms like least restrictive environment to really bring forth through the law what it is the term intends to be, not what we think or what it's become through words like inclusion. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that as we roll out and prepare for our professional development in the new year with our principals, our head teachers, our sponsor teachers, our general education teachers, and so on, our parents, is really being cognizant of the terminology in which we use.
And also looking at the continuum of services, when we look at each of those steps, I think what also needs to be made mention is that it does take an IEP team. It takes, before we initially look at, the first step and go into the second, it takes evaluations to make sure that those are backups to why we're moving these kids out. And then it's also going to take that the team recognizes that goals are being met for each and every one of those students. It's just not an exit plan. It's just not going to make sure that we're pushing them out. And that's why within this continuum of services, addressing those particulars, because I don't want it just to look like that we're moving them from one step to the next. And so I think within this continuum of service, and like you said, following IDEA and the law and least restricted environment, that inclusion does fall under least restricted environment. It's not outside of that box. And so that's the thing I'm trying to state, is that what I'm hearing when we get into these other continuums of services, we don't understand that many times, especially when we're talking about general ed, inclusion, we're going to include them, we're going to put them in there, and so I really want to make sure that how we use that word is not misunderstood, because under the law, it's not listed. It's only listed under LRE.
Absolutely agree.
Okay, thank you.
Member Astorga.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really great. My question falls in the same category as Board Member Tomaritos and inclusivity and what that means. But you responded well to that. So my next thing is, how are we making sure that students who are being included in general ed are feeling like they are being successful within goal 4 and making sure that there's mindset and habits are being developed in the general ed setting and not being left out?
Member Astorga, that is a great question. So as a district, when we look at our goal for data for a sense of a belonging for our students with disabilities, our students with disabilities score lower across the district than every other group. And this idea that we're going to slow down and make sure that we have conversations about each individual child, how they're doing and what their individualized needs are, training on the continuum of service, so really talking about the data that schools need, hopefully will align with them having more students in the general ed classroom, and that leading to our students with disabilities having a greater sense of belonging within their school and within their classroom. Because right now those scores don't show that they do have a good sense of belonging.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Astorga, any additional questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Member Dominguez.
No, I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Jackson.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Benavides.
This is such a great presentation. Thank you so much for providing it. I'm glad that these efforts are being worked on, and I'm hoping that if there is another right sizing effort, we can have a presentation like this as well. It'd be very helpful for everybody involved. Thanks.
Thank you. I had a question. I pulled up the SAPR internal visualization on special education, which shows that APS has, in the last school year, about 24% students with disabilities. I'm just curious if you can speak to the issue of over-identification, in part because it also breaks out the different types of eligibility, and specific learning disability is the highest at like 60%. It doesn't show me by racial and ethnic group on the internal visualization, but I would be interested in that. But that's neither here nor there. I'm interested if you could just speak to this issue of identification and how you might be addressing that. You talked a little bit about the overall training with general education teachers, but can you dig in a little on that piece?
President Gonzalez. Yes, thank you. Great question. We're currently 26% students with disabilities, so it's a little higher. We are equitable across our all groups, with the exception of Native American being slightly higher than the population within the district. All of the others are equitable with their groups. One of the reasons that we chose the inclusive practices was really to work on strategies to support students in the general ed classroom, because that's where over-identification starts. And so that's kind of the focus, working directly with the chief academic officer and teaching and learning on the general ed side to look at those MLSS processes and how we focus on supporting students in the general ed classroom before we move them to testing, and really focusing on that first instruction.
Great, thank you. And as a follow-up, are you able to analyze trends on where the over-identification is happening in terms of specific buildings, specific processes, specific areas of eligibility? Do you have that kind of data to dig in deeper?
I have not dug in at that point. We do have some data put together, but I'd have to go look to see if it shows specific school trends. We do match the national averages with being high in learning disability, specific learning disability, when schools are over identifying.
Yeah, okay.
So, which can show a lack of solid tier 1 or instruction before they're pushed for testing.
Yeah. So I don't need that additional information. I was just curious if that was something that you're looking at. But I appreciate the work here. And I think in particular, acknowledging when I came on the board, the Council of Great City Schools had done a report. I don't know what they call it, but they're like internal review of our special education department. And so it's refreshing and validating, Dr. Blakey, as well, to see real action being taken to address some of the issues that were identified in that report, and I think identified from our community as well. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for staying late into the night to provide that for us. And it looks like we may have one additional question.
Just one request.
A request.
Can I get your, I know we talked about this, can I get your, the indicator and the needs requirement report?
Member Tomorito, I'm actually working on finishing up the indicator report.
Okay.
So that I can provide that to our superintendent as well.
Okay.
So I'll have that soon.
Great.
But that is basically what we're focused on when we're looking at our data, not just our goals and strategic plan, but not everyone knows what those indicators are.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and for your work. That moves us to agenda item number 8, which is the president's report. And so although our room has cleared out quite a bit, I did want to acknowledge that we had significant public forum comments tonight. And although public forum is not an opportunity for dialogue, we do want each speaker to know that they were heard and that we are working with the administration on resolutions. And some of the issues that we heard tonight were comments for and against the right sizing plan, support for the international high school, and comments related to the health and wellness of our students. We are nearing the end of the calendar year. This is our last official board meeting. However, we do have a special Board of Education meeting on December 20th, which will be focused on aligning resources and reviewing the governance manual. In January, we will have a policy committee meeting on Monday the 6th that'll include a second read of the governance manual. On Wednesday, January 8th, we will have a special Board of Education meeting that'll include board member elections and the Q4 time use evaluation facilitated by presented by board member Tapia Romero. And so I think we have to wait until after the 20th, right? We'll have all of our data for our meetings, and then you can start reviewing the minutes and videos and start doing that work. So you've got lots of fun time over the holidays to review that and present that to the board. As a reminder, we decoupled the presentation on board time use and the self-evaluation. So we'll get the presentation on board time use on January 8th. And then on January 15th, we will have a regular board meeting that'll include progress monitoring for goal 4. And that progress monitoring will be facilitated by member Jackson. And we will also have in that January 15th meeting, our Q4 board self-evaluation. Also in January, we'll have an audit committee meeting on Tuesday, January 21st. And also on the 22nd, we will have a finance committee meeting. Just a couple of reminders to close us out. I hope everyone goes home tonight and reviews the pre-reads and does the pre-work for, I'm just kidding, you don't have to do it tonight, but do it before Friday. The pre-read and pre-work for our Friday special Board of Education meeting. We received an email yesterday with that information. There are a couple links in there, a couple of podcasts, things that we need to listen to before the meeting. So dig up that email, put it on your schedule, find the time to do that pre-work before the 20th. And also, if you have not already, please work with board services to secure a location for the board district level outreach sessions scheduled for January and February. And that concludes the president's report. The next Board of Education meeting, as I stated, is Wednesday, January 15th at 5 p.m. here at the Alice and Bruce King Educational Complex. Next special Board of Education meeting is Wednesday, January 8th at 5 p.m. here. And with that,